Welcome, everybody. And initially, my apologies on my voice. I have been dealing with some allergies, and it has hurt my voice specifically. But welcome to tonight's episode of the with a flawed man of God. We are doing election coverage tonight because it is an interesting part of our existence as Americans. Something that we participate in every November, or at least should. My name is Stuart Davis. I'm a flawed man of God. I'm a deacon at a small church just outside of Richmond, Virginia. I'm not a pastor, not a biblical scholar, and I haven't been to seminary. I'm not trying to get you to join my church or donate to any special cause. What I'm doing tonight is discussing the elections as they roll in. Generally, we talk about Christian issues. There will be some discussion about that as well, I am sure, as we roll through. Dude, velociraptors, I would vote for a velociraptor. What about a velociraptor? Very philosophical raptor. We're in tonight. Polls have closed in my state of Virginia, and we'll see how they roll in. And what are they going to start calling immediately? I'm sure there'll be Porcupine. What do you think about Wisconsin? I'd like to get you guys' insights tonight because we've had a lot of things. One issue, not really an overarching, not really an overarching Christian issue, which is inflation. And all right, we got some buddies popping in. First one we'll bring in Power Kid Greg, friend of the show. How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Oh, is that loud? Sorry.
No, it's not that loud. I'm quiet because I've had some issues.
Oh no.
So Virginia is wonderful around this time of year. It gets cold. You get a cold snap. Everybody thinks it's wintertime, and then it gets back to warm again, and then it goes back to cold again, and it does this over the period of about a month.
Oh yeah.
So
I've been like fighting off allergies since like last September of last year. It's finally took an allergy test, and like ragweed is just killing me.
I believe it. Oh man, it has been
Nico?
It's been really rough.
Yeah.
So is Texas a swing state?
I don't think so. Better fucking not be. They tried pushing like that Texas is like purple, like from the last election cycle, like, oh, it's all purple and stuff like that. It's like, nah. Whoops. Hit my mic. So, but I'm not a native Texan, so I don't know. I come from the beautiful and wonderful land of Illinois, of beans and cornfield. So what do I know?
Which is, it's surprising how much the state of Illinois is at the behest of Chicago, because so much of that state, from what I understand, is very red. But you got that one corner, of that's Chicago, and it might as well be. I mean, everybody just assumes. It's the same thing with Virginia, really. Virginia used to be a solidly red state, and but because of Northern Virginia, it has run blue so much. In fact, that was the big thing. That's when you learned the thing about you go after people's kids, and that's where where things end up getting changed. That's what ended up happening with Glenn Youngkin winning the governor race.
Yeah,
he didn't have a prayer before that. So,
well, I think even before everything, ultimately in the end, like I'll try to keep myself up to date in this as much as I can, but don't really. You'll drive yourself crazy if you just focus on politics all the time. But last I checked, like frickin' like Beto is just getting beaten.
Good.
Last I checked. So
as it should. So we go from a dependably red state to a dependably blue state here with adding Blaine from Blaine's Escape Corner. Welcome, sir.
Evening, welcome. I guess, on your side of the Americas.
Is it? Well, I guess it's not evening. It's afternoon for you, right?
I don't know what it's called anymore. Time is. I'm on streamer time,
especially after this weekend. So yeah, hopefully you guys can understand why I didn't stream last night, because this is a massive improvement of how it sounded yesterday.
And good.
So I'm not going to be if there starts to be shenanigans, I'm not going to be able to yell, or it's going to be like this, to start like sounding like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo.
Like zoinks, Scoob.
Exactly.
Like zoinks. We got
It's okay. Everybody needs that third or fourth puberty, so you'll make it through.
And I'm gonna cough like I've been smoking since I was, well, Blaine's age probably.
So. Aren't we like a year apart?
How close are you to 40? I thought you were closer to 30.
Oh yeah, I'm 32. So
okay, yeah. We're only we're close-ish. Look, we're in the respected decade of our lives.
It's like I'm in the middle. I'm 34.
There you go.
Nice. You still got your original knees?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, I can't
Nico's
wait to
in the chat.
These.
We've seen him. Dresden, Nernaeth, Porcupine, Serranos, and Alias. So we got a good crowd going. I'm not sure more will slide in. I'm sure that this is going to be a very very blatant attempt to grift viewers off of YouTube with this as well. So it'll be interesting to see if I get cut off, if my stream gets cut.
Where's your hashtags, man? You got to add those hashtags in the description.
I don't know.
Election Watch 2022.
I'm a literal boomer. I don't know how hashtags work. It's a pound sign.
Oh, dude.
Yeah,
the
pound
hashtags
elections.
And the SEOs and all that stuff. I hate trying to figure that shit out. It changes all the time.
I'm too lazy. I've got too much else going on in my life. I've got to learn all this stuff.
No, that's all right.
Have you voted yet, Blaine?
Yeah, well, I live in Washington. I voted like a week and a half ago.
So
yeah, I voted way early too.
Now
for everyone,
I'm not
like,
even gonna.
My vote doesn't count. It's like I live in Washington.
It's a swing state.
Come join my. No, it's not. No way.
It is. It's a toss-up this year. Hold on. I was looking at this. It might have been. Maybe it was.
Last I saw, it was like 85% Democrat, and I was like, "Oh yeah, real toss-up."
Hang on. Senate map. There we go. Yeah, Washington. It's a toss-up.
No, that's insane. Okay, I can tell you why. +3 right now in polling. I can tell you why, okay? For the last month and a half, there has been one political ad on all of my YouTube. Every time I pull up a YouTube video, it's always the same ad. Tiffany Smiley wants to do this. Tiffany Smiley wants to do that. Tiffany, and that's the ad. It's like the angry voice, but every time it starts, the first things it says is Tiffany Smiley, Tiffany Smiley, Tiffany Smiley. I didn't realize Patty Murray was still alive, much less running. So you've activated all these people's brains to just be like, who do I vote for? Oh, I know that name, Tiffany Smiley, just because they've heard it over and over and over and over again. They're like, oh yeah, Tiffany Smiley, that's a name. So how many people like wouldn't have voted or didn't even care because it's Washington and you're like, oh, whatever. That now have voted for Tiffany Smiley just because you shoved her name in your face or in their faces this whole time.
Oh, maybe I should go out and vote now.
Dude, it's so funny.
The ad I always get is Christine Drazen. It's a hard right turn.
Oh yeah, because that's the second part of the ad, right? Is she wants to ban abortion. She supports Trump, and it's like. You can say the bad things that you think are about her, but like starting with the name every single time, like you got to start with like vote for me. Then here's what my opponent does: vote for me, and then say your name like 16 times. That's how you win anything.
I already wrote down your your email, Stuart.
Yeah, well,
it's too late.
I never check it.
Oh.
So I only go in there if I've got like I only go in there if I'm like not gonna. If I've got like something going on with Rumble, I need to check my Rumble account or something like that.
You get like a copyright strike. You're like, oh, dang it, I gotta go into the email.
Oh, Rumble.
So good. Serranos, where are you coming from? I'm not to dox you completely.
He's south of me a little bit.
Oh, okay. So this is my cup my mug that I'm using from back in the I don't know if you guys fought in the meme war of 2016, but I certainly did.
I thought you were referencing the T-word war from Reddit.
Never been to Reddit, never going there.
Yeah, you're not missing much.
What you do is you use Reddit for its few useful sections. There's a Reddit called What's This Bug? And I swear to you, you post a picture, a blurry ass picture that you found of a bug, and there's someone who's like, oh, I'm in the biology department of such and such area. That's a blah, blah, blah kind of katydid, and it only comes out this time around, or blah, blah, blah. Like, it's insane. And then they give you a link to like all the scientific information. Oh, and it's perfectly harmless. And you're like, oh, thank you, random internet user. Like the crowdsourcing potential is perfect. So you ever need to identify a car, a bug, a pipe, like a tool, like use those crowdsourced subreddits, because there's guys that are just sitting there, they're waiting, they're refresh, and they just fly at their keyboards to try to be the first one to answer it. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's usually what I do too. It's like if there's a question, I'm just like, I wonder if someone's ever figured this out or what have you. It's like I'll look at the Reddit like answers, be like, okay, it's kind of recent, so this should answer the question I'm looking at, and then just dip.
Yeah, my car is making this sound. Now, I usually go to YouTube for those things, but yeah, no. Anytime I put a question into Google, there's always a Reddit thread about it.
Yep.
So you can always find a Reddit thread.
The one Reddit thread that's silly though is the "What's this car?" People will take a picture of a car and be like, oh, I saw his car. It's pretty interesting. What is it? 50% of the time, it's a Pontiac Fiero. Like, you just close your eyes and type Pontiac Fiero. You're probably right, because everyone takes a picture of a Fiero and they're like, what is this car? And I'm like, when were you born?
I will tell you, it is a great car to drop a 350 in. It apparently makes that LS swap really easy.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some work into it. It's like the Monster Meat, the 302 Monster Miatas. But
dude, I don't know how you cool it down. There's not enough room.
All the weight is in the middle. It's nothing but horsepower. All the weight is the actual motor.
Dude, that's hilarious. That's like that. We pulled one up on stream, and it was like the curb weight of the car was like 1,800 pounds, and they put in like an 800-pound engine. I was like, no way.
Oh yeah, look, you remember the CRXs, right?
Oh yeah. So those little clown shoes.
Yeah. So when I was at Longwood, we had this guy, and he had this like, he had all the ground effects and everything on there, but he would leave the car in the traffic circle every night, overnight. I don't know who it was. So we did the joke where we just, three of us got together, just lifted it up and put it in the grass.
Nice.
If
we had a buddy with a Suzuki Samurai.
Oh, man.
I think it was 6 of us or something like that. We're like, blink.
Yeah. I used to have tickets from ricecop.com. I don't even know if that site's still around anymore. But those latest polls, where are we going right now? Ricecop.com, you could get these tickets, and it's like for useless wing, stupid stickers, all this other stuff that you could write it out like it was a real ticket and leave it on their windshield wipers. And as a 20-year-old, that was cool to me.
Oh, of course. It's non damaging to their property. It lets them know that you think something they did was stupid, so it hurts their ego a little bit. Like, it's the perfect little prank. They freak out when they first see it. They're like, ticket! Like, Why? Who gives out parking tickets in a church parking lot?
To tell you how long ago that was, Maddox was still funny.
So 5 years at least, 6 years at least.
2004.
Jeez.
2003. 20 years old would have been 23. Would have been 20.
All right,
what are you eating there, Stuart?
Cool Ranch Doritos.
There you go.
Because I realized that. The voodoo flavor. That's 100% right there.
And
protein mush.
I don't know what that is. That looks disgusting.
I dumped chocolate protein powder into peanut butter and stir it up
somewhere, but whatever.
That's interesting.
It's delicious, but it looks like it comes out. So.
Oh.
Wild Weeb is here too. Welcome, guys. All right, we got any called races? We've already got some called races: South Carolina, Kentucky, Indiana. Nothing surprising there. Vermont's already called. Whatever, Bernie.
The independent Bernie.
Yeah.
No houses have been called. Oh, 3 have been. Okay. Have they been called in the house, or are they actually just?
No, I didn't see any in the house yet. Nope, now they are. Two in South Carolina, and 1 in Kentucky popping up just now.
I love it. Just boop.
So any predictions on how it's going to go tonight? Real Clear has got us got 53 projected GOP seats in the Senate. And I don't know the math. 47 for the Democrats, and I think 223 at least seats for the GOP, not including the toss-ups. So,
I know everyone pushes for saying that red wave's coming. I think it will ultimately turn red. It's probably going to be pretty close, sort of thing.
I think like 1 House seat more than expected, or in a switch, and you're going to have Republicans saying, "Oh, red wave, see, there it is," but they tried to stop it, and then Democrats will be like, "We stopped the red wave." So like it'll never be a big enough red wave for a Democrat like talking point, and it'll always be a wave that just happened to crash into like a whatever the hell a dam is called. What are they called?
2010
levy. That's what I'm trying to think of.
2010 was a beautiful year. Nothing will beat 2016. 2016 was the greatest election night of my entire life.
Dude,
probably the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
I was in Tennessee at the time, and some of the coworkers in the next day just, it's over. And it's like, oh my gosh, like get the fuck out of here.
It's not over, because you're literally electing people that are saying whatever they can to get the people they think have the most votes in consensus to then vote for them. And then what they turn around and then do, is baby steps. Baby steps if they actually do move towards everything that they say, because they're 1 in 435, right, in the House, 1 in 100 in the Senate. The whole point of the way we've set this up is that their individual movements are much less important than everything that's so much closer and local. And that's when it's like, you look at my ballot, and sure, I've got 2 candidates for the Senate. I think there were 3 candidates actually for the House, which surprised me. And then the rest of them are all just 1 person running, and it's like, congratulations, you showed up, here's your victory.
It's how many?
Goofy.
You said you only had 3 for Senate.
I think it was 3 for the House.
Oh, the House.
3 in the Senate too, though.
Our Senate was only 2, I think. I don't remember a
Ours,
third candidate.
I think, was like 4 or 5, because you had your R, you had your D, then you had your Libertarian, and then you had Green.
Oh yeah,
Green's a funny party.
Yeah, and then like Then you're like insert who you would want in here, and then maybe even one more, like an independent that was actually made it officially on the ballot, and you're just like,
Did I do something wrong, MR? They said I'm starting the stream on Thursday. That's how I rig elections.
Ooh, careful! You're still on YouTube.
Is on Thursday.
I don't know how YouTube will feel about that.
Gemineer, this is fake news right here. Cool Ranch Doritos was, for the longest time, the greatest flavor of Doritos, period.
We also call them Cool America. Like, that's what the rest of the world calls them.
I always like.
I don't know what the problem is here.
Let's see. I mean, I'm a fan of just the classic nacho cheese, but then the ones where it's like, oh, it's like the more extreme version of it, which to me it was like you're just adding more of the Cheeto dust in there, which is what I wanted to have in the beginning. So it's like just upgrade to that.
Just buy the Cheeto dust and just shake it in. There you go.
Oh, that would probably sell like hotcakes.
Well, I always go back to Burger King did that. They sold a packet of mac and cheese powder with their French fries and called it cheesy shaker fries. You dumped it in the bag and shook it up. It was amazing.
Everything at Burger King is garbage. That's why.
It's true. That's why it's the only time I've ever been to Burger King.
It's the worst.
I don't know.
Worst
I
fast
enjoy
food
Burger
place.
King just enough.
I'm trying to think of a worse place worst fast food restaurant.
I mean, like McDonald's is honestly on my lowest thing. If there was like a bunch of selections, McDonald's is on the low end for me.
Huh. That's a weird one.
Right on the border.
Right on the border.
Washerman Salts. Is she I didn't know she was still in. I thought that she got beat.
I do miss the Burger King, the little cinnamon rolls that they did, where it was like 3 little cine minis, and then you could dump them in the sauce. I do miss those. Those were good.
I think they had cine minis at McDonald's too.
Oh, do they have them?
Or they used to, at least.
Okay.
I feel like maybe that was just a thing that everybody was like, you know what, people like tiny cinnamon rolls. Give them more sugar.
You get that at Hardee's or Carl's Jr. or whatever they have out with where you're at, Blaine. What do they got with you, Greg? Do you have Hardee's?
We have Carl's Jr.
We don't have any. We have something similar to that. Closest I can Whataburger. We have Whataburger. There's In-N-Out. I mean, it's more Tex-Mex, I think, down here than kind of sandwich places. Because there's Hardee's like Taco Bueno. Oh, geez.
Are you in the big state?
What's up?
Are you down in the big state?
Yeah, I'm in Texas. I'm in Dallas.
Yeah. No, I've been to Dallas a couple times. I quite enjoy it.
So here's a question for you guys. So what I've heard is Arby's is like garbage in literally every other state other than Virginia. Like it's a dump. It's a hole in the wall. It's
Arby's.
Arby's is the worst place you can ever go, but I love it. It is their 6 pepper sauce, the horsey sauce. You get one of those Arby burgers. It's a pile of roast beef and like onion rings. They got the best curly fries. Like, now I'll grant you, I grew up where cars were mostly on cinder blocks and they were on tires. So like it was a little bit different of an area, but like that was, I freaking love those things. The problem with Arby's is you got to get the sauces though. You got to get some kind of sauce.
Yeah, I mean, I always love just the basic ham and cheese sandwiches from Arby's, but then I kind of moved on to like the chicken tenders and stuff like that. But yeah, I agree with you, Blaine. You need the sauce because then it's just. I mean, interior wise, a lot of them are kind of crappy. I mean, the one from back home isn't bad.
Well, they all have that bell. That's like ring the bell because you've defeated cancer. Like, I'm like, why is this bell here? Hey, I didn't get diarrhea today. Woo!
Defeated.
So
was that originally it? Because I've seen some that just say ring the bell for good service.
Let me tell you about Arby's.
I think it was ring the bell if you got good service.
Yeah,
was what ours was. Yeah,
oh, I thought you like. I would. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was legitimately they changed it now to like ring the bell to like fight cancer or something.
Well, no, it's a I've had a bunch of friends that like them or like their parents have like gotten through like skin cancer or different kinds of cancer that they've defeated, and in like maybe it's a Washington thing, but all of our like cancer wards have this bell that you ring that's like I defeated cancer bell. So anytime I see a picture of someone next to a bell that they're ringing, that's like what it signifies. So now all I can picture is that.
Huh. Oh yeah.
That's a big one right here, guys.
Is
it? Virginia?
Spanburgers going down.
Nice. Oh, nice to meet you, by the way, Blaine.
Oh yeah.
Oh, if you like anime, dude, Blaine's the man. He's got a great channel. Blaine's Escape.
Yeah,
he talks about all sorts of stuff.
I'm a lurker. I'm very bad. I'm just as antisocial online as I am in real life. So
lurker's totally fine. I feel like my only issue with you and your channel is every time you're doing something, I'm busy, and it's like, dang, I can't jump in there.
Oh, who, me or?
Yeah, just anytime I see like, so and so went live, I'm like on my phone while I'm like hands deep in like a sewer line or something, you know, so I can't exactly.
See, it's all Stuart's fault. It's all Nick's fault. They're all late night people. And then you're just like, this is the best time for me. And then you just look up at like all the other people you're up against and you're like, oh.
Normally I'm coming down when Blaine's coming up.
Yeah.
And then Blaine's, but you know, he's
7 Pacific.
Nothing's right about that.
I am 8.
So
Central Time.
So if you by chance go to an Arby's in this district or this district, it is like a sit-down restaurant almost. That's how nice they are.
I'm being bullied into to stop lurking and start shitting on you, Blaine.
Yeah, it's true. Probably the most common phrase in my chat is "eat shit, Blaine."
Oh, I keep
I feel like that sometimes when I hear his car takes. A lot of times I'm like,
mine just constantly makes fun of me for being bald, and I get super offended because I'm not bald. I'm balding. It's a totally different. It's like a totally different thing. It's like get it the fuck right. I'm balding.
Yeah. Sure.
I got all this hair. I've been growing it
just
out.
Embrace
it. This is the longest my hair has ever been in my life, and I'll get into why later.
I've embraced the balding like a long time ago. So
yeah, you just gotta have fun with it.
Big
You're pretty bald, man.
Wait, what?
Chat.
I can either get really rich and get hair put back into my head, which is
like Elon Musk.
Yeah, which is going to be near impossible, except the balding, which I did, or take stuff that could effectively not make my penis work anymore. So I would rather do the one that doesn't affect my junk.
Yeah.
Nah, Greg just complains too much in his stream. Nico, shut up. Shut the fuck up.
He complains. He complains when he's playing who are you playing in
in Elden Ring? Dude, those fucking nights, dude. I hate those nights. I beat them all, but I hate them. Nico expects me to get everything right like the very first time I ever play a game. So,
well, that's because Nico is like this genius. Have you talked to him?
Oh, have I talked to him?
He's like oh yeah, I just AI work and computer engineering, blah, and you're like, what do you? Where'd you come from?
Nico's Nico's probably. I mean, he's one of the mainstays.
Get good, bro. Get good, bro.
He's one of the mainstays in the chat. I love it. I mean, he's kind of like the bellwether. Like he's there.
The crucial.
He's always there. So if he's not there, then I'm like, how's this show gonna work?
Serranos. Yeah, it was the night where it's worth like all the dead decaying areas with those. I think those giant like bird looking things.
Okay.
It was that one.
So this is my favorite race.
I beat it. I did beat Elden Ring. So
did they have the guy's whole name?
Cow?
Yeah. His name is Hung Kao.
Should instantly be given the victory, just based on name alone.
Oh, his election signs are great. It's got Hung Kao, and it's got a
Oh, please,
a cow. Please tell me it's got a cow.
Embraces it.
No, he's got a crap. What is going on here? He's got a target reticle over Virginia to let you know how.
My boy, my man.
What is it? Why won't they? Oh, I know.
It's like that.
I know who's got it.
Like that one election video that's like, Democrats want to come for your guns so that you don't have them when you need them. And he's like, like the Klan members are like walking up on his like deck.
Dude, that was
like,
amazing.
Whoa.
That was amazing. It's really what every Republican person should just do. Just have videos like that. Just embrace the insanity.
Crap. Why don't they have the information I want? I just want them to show the two. All right.
What, Hung Kao election logo?
Yeah. I don't know.
Hung Kao for Congress?
Yeah. I mean, it's great. It's great. I've been seeing that because I've been driving all over Virginia the past few months.
There.
Oh, there we go. Look at that. It's a lot more like targeted on the signs.
Didn't. Oop, wrong one.
This man needs to win. Like you said, automatically.
How can you say
he's
no?
got a good
Look
smile.
at that. Look at those
That
smiles.
family, dude.
Kid's got
all
a
right,
huge
so we're
forehead,
representing.
Looks like his 3D model doesn't match his.
Yo, what's up?
How's it going, man? Well,
Hey,
how's it
what's
going?
up?
We were just admiring the Northern Virginia Republican for
Wow.
Republican candidate for Congress for the House.
Wow.
This man is.
He's building his own voting block.
That's
over
right,
here.
man. That's a big family, as one should. So, oh man, that's great.
Hide him from Fosh.
I mean, there we go. All right. So, how are things going? How are things lining up in Florida?
What I did that,
Mr.
already.
Christian Mario.
Well, I have not yet looked. I was just hopping on the stream, like hopefully y'all could tell me. Felt good to vote for DeSantis today. I felt slightly cringe voting for Rubio just because he's such a neocon, but
you mean Ben Shapiro?
But to be fair,
Hispanic Ben Shapiro?
Yeah, Hispanic, honestly. But to be fair, I mean, right now Rubio is better than 2016 Rubio, so I didn't feel that bad. But
yeah.
Oh, goodbye.
He gone.
What? Stuart, no.
I'm still here. I had to look.
Oh.
I've gotta, like I said, I'm dealing with these allergies. That's why my voice is all shot. So
it's not gonna save you.
It's not. I didn't get.
Why'd you disappear though?
Yeah, that was my thing.
Booster, so, just seasonal allergies are just gonna kill me.
No, it's all right. We already had our seasonal allergies up here.
Let's dial into the Mario Kingdom of Florida.
Yay!
See what we're doing now.
Let's see how we're doing.
Okay, it just doesn't want to load right now.
Hopefully, there's no unexpected spikes.
That's honestly, that's kind of like as doom pill as it is. I'm kind of expecting some similar bullshit to happen.
Oh, you mean like Arizona or Pennsylvania? That's already going on like that?
Yeah, well, and I don't want to say anything to get you in trouble, but let's just say I'm not really trusting the system at the moment.
I don't.
Look, we have investigated ourselves,
and we have found ourselves
to be okay.
We're G.
Look,
the elitist. Jeez.
That whole exchange on Twitter. That's the whole exchange on Twitter earlier. on your tweet.
What's your Christian? What's your hat say?
Make America Great Again. It's MAGA.
Oh, okay, cool.
He's got the.
Never saw the white
version.
one before.
He's got the uncolored edition.
Well, I like this. This one's kind of clean. It's kind of, I think the red hat, it's like you're just asking to get mugged if you walk around wearing that. But this one is like, maybe I can, slide under the radar enough to not get my ass kicked.
I just started wearing hats just to, add another.
To hide the baldness.
Well, that too.
You look like you got a full head of hair when you've got the hat on, though.
Hey, it works for Tim Pool.
A haircut yet. Honestly, like with the hat, believe it or not, this is how paranoid I am. Is my decor of like I wear pretty basic stuff, and it's like, I guess adding a hat will add more to the decor. And then it's like, so I would always wear the blue one, and then it was like
with his non-red hat.
Let's add some spice to it. So ultimately, in the end, my goal is to get that Kratos look, that very nice thick beard, and just
there you go,
shaven.
You got to work.
You just
shave
your head and grow a beard.
little bit.
Yep, shave and grow the beard. That's all I can do, or put the hair from my ass to my head.
Be the Kratos that kills all the pagan gods in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Amen.
Amen.
I will help them. Forgive me, Father. Thank you, Father.
I run a Mario channel. LMAO while you're being chased by angry libs. So true. So true. Every day. It's every day.
So Nick tells a story every once in a while about, and I was actually supposed to be at that gathering, where he had a friend of his who was wearing, this is like 2017, I want to say, maybe 2018, where they were all walking down the street in Chicago, and one of our buddies was wearing a red MAGA hat, and this girl came up and snatched it from him right off of his head while they were walking by. But I can't remember if he let it go or not.
Hey, look, if somebody were to snatch my hat, then I'm just assuming they need it more than me.
Why else would they take it?
Shorty must be bald. She must be balding.
Well, he said, and the point Nick makes is she was totally into him by taking it, even though even though she was like trying to, present like she's like, I don't like it, because
it's so true. I mean, like, look at these. Like, I mean, this is just a point worth making. Look at these guys who, these like soy boy cuck guys. Like, I mean, do any girls like them? Seriously, like the guy that's like, oh, I care about social justice. Oh, yeah, girls are into that. Yeah, come on. Girls
go back to the gift box.
If there's enough of a wallet attached, then they'll put up with it. That's about all you usually see, right?
No,
like you look at like Mother's Basement or someone like that, and you're like,
you just tell them that
how are you okay with this?
Getting low and send them back to the cafeteria.
I think a lot of times they and I think part of this might be part of the problem with our society. Many men don't take control, and so many are infantile or babied, that sometimes women feel like they just naturally need to, and they've been encouraged to do that, to take control. That a lot of times once they get into a situation where the man is leading, they naturally fall into that. My wife, for example, is very type A, very, very driven, very organized about everything. But, when she will fall in behind me when I make a decision for the family. We're gonna have a discussion about it, but ultimately, and she says this, I trust you to lead the family. This is your role to fill, and I'm going to support you. And when you've got a woman who's kind of just stubborn, I guess.
Say it.
Stubborn on a lot of no, because I'm talking about my wife. She's
okay. No.
Sorry.
That's why I didn't say it.
Can be stubborn about things, but also,
I was not calling your wife that.
I know you weren't, but stubborn, but at the same time bright and everything. You can naturally fall into those. But again, even when you're in those roles, if you get in, if a man acts like he's got his act together and makes correct decisions most of the time, I kind of get it half of the time, but I think that a lot of times they want to move into that support role because they want a man who fits that, who naturally they want a man who fills the role that is expected of us. So
a big part of the problem is that whole like just decision making factor, right? And it separates a lot of people, like people who are just willing to say, this is what we're going to do. And then if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't work out, they know to make a different decision in the future, and they can update like how they make decisions based on information they get. So if you're going to go make a decision and your wife knows more about a certain thing that you have planned, and she's like, oh, I have this plan and here's the information you need. You're like, all right, cool. That makes sense. Let's go with that. Let's stick with that plan. Like, it's okay to let someone who has more information about a situation make a decision. But at the end of the day, I have never in my life been able to just say, what do you want for dinner? It never
where I thought
comes
where
out.
we going for dinner?
You spend like 10 hours trying to figure out what she's interested in, to the point where it's just like, all right, well, I'm not hungry anymore because my body's just eating itself instead.
Yeah, when it's starvation mode now.
Well, it makes sense until you realize like no woman knows anything more than me. So it's like it's sort of a impossible situation, but hypothetically, I could see it being real. That's a joke. Like, I need to clarify that.
We gotta let it hang. We gotta let it hang a little bit more.
I'm kidding, but seriously.
I'm kidding, but no, but for real.
For real.
All jokes have some truth somewhere.
Oh, I saw a video today. I don't know if I saw it on yours, your feed, Mario, but Ben Shapiro is apparently calling the attempted conversion of any Jewish person to be anti-Semitism.
I've not seen this.
Nah, it might have been Saint Cyprian. It might have been Saint Cyprian's feed that I saw.
He's calling what anti-Semitism? Like Christianity? He always does that. He's like, yeah, Christianity's anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
Wow. Great point, man.
And
yeah, brother,
keep giving me money for Daily Wire.
While I
tell you about how bad it is.
Yeah.
Is it technically, if you think of Semitism as the religion and not the genes, though? So maybe he's focused on the wrong thing.
That's okay. So there's a conversation to be had about that. It can't happen publicly. You absolutely will be destroyed. That's a conversation that you have.
But on an unrelated topic, let's say hypothetically there's a guy, right?
Here we go.
No. This has nothing to do with anything. Let's say hypothetically there's a guy.
And he doesn't know what to eat for dinner.
He's the richest African-American man, hypothetically, in America. And let's say hypothetically he notices certain patterns and then he acknowledges said patterns. And then let's say he loses $1 billion. Now, this could never happen, but entertain me. That's an interesting concept. Just that concept I mentioned. I know it didn't happen. I know there's like, what am I talking about? It sounds like misinformation, but can you imagine if something like that happened? That'd be insane.
Never seen it.
Yeah.
I mean, thank God it's not real, right? So anyhow, yeah.
Sounds like literally Hitler to me.
I'm glad Ben Shapiro's putting his foot down. Yeah, we really need that, Ben. That's really what we need right now. Great point. You're totally not controlled opposition, Ben. You're totally, fighting a good fight. Yeah, absolutely.
Funny enough, I was actually talking with my group of friends on how, like, for me, the Daily Wire kind of fallen off that area. Certain, I mean, they have like good information to like kind of look over and stuff like that. But
right.
What's up?
No, I said right.
Yeah. Oh, I thought I didn't hear what you were saying.
I'm just trying to vocalize to let you know I'm listening.
Yeah, I was just trying to listen, be a verbal listener or whatever.
No. I thought I wanted to make sure that if you wanted to say something, you could say it. But yeah, I don't know what to say anymore. It's just like I was talking with my friends, and it's like it almost seems like they too are starting to become like, I don't know what the correct terminology would be, like almost corporate-ish, if that makes sense a little bit. I'm really liking like the independent, like alt techie, like, solo people.
Yeah, because it's very much Kanye Inc. It's very much regime approved. I mean, you're pushing back, but you're pushing back in a very acceptable manner. And, like I think we've seen with Alex Jones and we've seen with Kanye West, a very clear desire to not speak on that, not to address that outside of just generic, oh, cancel culture bad, free speech good, but not really getting into like the root of the problem. And it's very clear avoidance. And I can tell that for boomers, it might be sufficient, but for anybody with two brain cells to rub together, I mean, this isn't cutting it anymore.
Well, I think the problem is, whether what they said is right, wrong, or indifferent, the fact that you are just burying them for talking is
this guy, Mr. He goes, I haven't heard Ben say anything bad about Christians. He's not dumb enough to do that. Yeah, because I would fuck his money up. That's why.
He absolutely will, though, when it comes to
but he's made fun of Christ copious times, actually.
Yeah, he does. I think he has very little respect for Christians.
Absolutely. I think he sees within, and I don't mean any disrespect to dispensationalists, but I think he sees a very clear like Zionist impulse within evangelicals. And I think he takes advantage of that for money.
Yeah.
I don't think he sees us as his friends. I think he sees us as useful idiots.
Objectively, looking at the situation objectively, based on his comments and based on his audience, he says things that clearly show you that he is contemptuous of much of his audience.
Yeah, and and then also he's got Christians on there like Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh. They're both Catholic, but you can tell that they have a bridle on what they're allowed to say before they'll get canned.
Yeah, Megan Basham's another good one,
including Candace Owens, who I think is Christian. I don't know what specific denomination or whatever, but he's got them on a short leash. Don't stray too far now.
Yeah, because they'll make them. They'll make money, and they're going to drive audience because they're popular figures, and some unpopular within Christianity.
MAGA hat stays on. MAGA hat stays on.
So,
hey, there's two reasons to take off your hat.
What are those two reasons?
What? It's Smokey and the Bandit. When you're making love and when you're praying. Those the two.
Sure. So the hat's got to go off whenever we say a little prayer. Look, right now I want to say a little prayer for all my haters. I want to say a little prayer for the haters. I know they.
Where's my hat?
I've never seen you wear a hat.
I have a lot of hats. I could grab some here in a second. I want to put some of these betting odds in context. And I can put them in context of Formula One because that's where I follow odds. The guy that has currently won more races in a single season than any other Formula driver ever has did not have this good of odds to win the last race that they were just pulling bets on. He had a minus 100 on this, so it's a minus 250. Conversely, there's a guy, so Formula One, top 20 drivers in the world, blah, blah, blah. There was a guy who out of those 20 top drivers was actually ranked 22nd because two guys had randomly come in to cover for other drivers and gotten points above him. His odds were plus 1,600 that he won. So we're even lower than that on the bottom end of the odds here. It's when people put money on the line, I tend to go with whatever they're thinking. So anybody who thinks it'll go a different way probably won't. 230, not bad. That's not bad. I could see something between the two.
We went to bed 2 years ago on election night thinking one thing and woke up to something completely different.
But was Vegas saying that thing?
I don't know.
Are we at a point yet where we can call it a word that starts with F and ends with Rod? Or are we? Is that still not allowed?
Not where we're currently sitting.
Not on this platform. Well,
that's good because I just wanted to say it totally wasn't, and everything.
Yeah. So Fig said this: if only Stuart was streaming on Rumble. Well, if Rumble was easier to stream on, I would definitely be streaming there.
Do I need to show you how to do it? Because I already sent you on how to set up your channel.
Yes, you did.
I want to set one up too because I want to use my YouTube for the theology stuff and then Rumble for anything political, so I can just say whatever I want.
The one thing about Rumble, and Nick said it, and I'm sure other people have said it too, is I know the
said a lot of things on Rumble.
Well, I'm talking specifically Rumble, like interface and stuff, not like what you can say on Rumble. Because Rumble, you can say pretty much whatever you want. But yeah, the interface for Rumble could be a little bit better. The whole regenerating a new key every time to use to do a stream is annoying.
Yeah, that's the part that really stumbles me, because a lot of times I'm in a rush to get on things, and I just don't want to fool with it. And if I'm not going to consistently stream there, I'm just not going to go through the effort. And I got to pay money to get on there, and that's not a small amount of money.
Actually, if you can get 100 rumbles, and I think it's just like the plus signs,
I think
you can
stream subs.
I don't have 100 subs, and I stream for free.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't I stream for free?
I think you actually just need 100.
I have 942 rumblers. And when I click live streaming and then I hit like set up live streaming, it says live streaming is available on all paid plans or for accounts with more than 100 subs. Somebody must like you.
I guess so. I mean, I actually paid
don't knock the Subi hat.
I actually paid for it at one point, but I swear I canceled it. And then, unless I found a glitch in the system, we fixed the glitch. Please don't Bob and Bob.
Blaine, did I ever tell you I put a hole in my engine block of my O2?
You did. Wagon? You said it was like the size of a fist.
It was this big.
That's insane.
Well, it went back to those that fuel rod, the fuel rail issue that they had running lean, and yeah.
I want to redo my my fuel rails and my injectors, get them bigger. But that'll have to wait till I do either big single or I'll do a twin setup. But I'll probably go with a big single because I think I can do the like the VF43. I think.
I love that comment about the tennis lesbian hat.
It's even got like flowery stuff like that, like islandy crap on it. I love this thing.
I used to wear those when I was in high school. It's okay.
It's all right. I can swap it out.
Late 90s. Early 2000s.
We can do Tim Pool PlayStation beanie.
Oh gosh.
So we recently changed the name of our church because we were saying we were Church of Christ, but we weren't actually part of Church of Christ. But back in the 60s, nobody was thinking about Church of Christ, a denomination. They were thinking about, we're just a Church of Christ, right? And so we came up with okay, now it's time. Somebody brought up the idea of naming our church Pray Station.
No.
Pray Station. That sounds like an evangelical radio station.
Pray Station, like PlayStation.
Oh, the Pray Station.
The Pray Station.
Oh, it's Pray Station.
The Black Bundaroo.
Pray Station.
Pray.
You're really only taking one letter out of it. Pray Station.
I don't know. That's almost teetering on like the.
We didn't name
like
it
that,
but we thought it was hilarious. That it was a hilarious thought that somebody had.
It's a hilarious
how it's
thought,
written in Japanese.
It makes me think of like those anti-drug people, like when South Park makes fun of those people where they're like, "I'm cooler than that." It's like, oh, you're getting close. To
yeah, the dare, but it's like not dare.
Yeah,
Where and dolphin.
Dolphin and whale.
We're doing in the where.
Welcome to our Pray Station.
And things are moving so slow. I guess we're getting ready for 8 o'clock to roll up.
Getting ready for those. Well, we're on YouTube. I can't say it. If only someone was on Rumble.
For those little surprises to show up.
Mm-hmm.
Little
has to do with lines.
Well, we got one right here in this area. There's been some shenanigans going on.
Tell me about it.
Dude, I'll be back. You said I could tap in and tap out.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Now, come in and come out as you please. You've got the link. Do what you got to do. That's for election after dark.
Meow, meow.
The old AD.
No.
Stuart, I was playing Golden Sun. And then send me this link to join in here. I was having a good fun time and then had to get roped into this.
Playing Golden Sun and not Gundam Evolution? Are you okay?
I'm still playing through Cyberpunk right now.
Oh, are you enjoying it? Does it work for you?
I'm hate playing it.
Wait, why are you hate? Oh, because you don't like.
No, it's a running joke, and I don't want it put anywhere on recording that I say that for where I would say that I might enjoy this game because it will be used against me.
Got it.
Everything about that game I hate. It's stupid. It's Grand Theft Auto in the future. So
it's a good thing you're the right age for the demographic there.
It's on. Oh gosh, Cyberpunk is like on my backlog list. Ugh, never ends.
It's a lot. I will say there's a lot of content there. I don't know when it's going to end. I've been playing it for like 3 weeks.
Gundam Evolution, is that the kind of like the Dynasty Warriors one?
No. Gundam Evolution is the new one. It's Overwatch with Gundams. 6v6 team-based shooter.
I never got into Overwatch. I tried playing and I didn't like that setup.
Just for a shameless plug, if you like the stream,
like the
stream and subscribe to this. We don't talk about politics a whole lot. When they touch Christianity, we do, and generally we do it. But again, tonight's kind of a different thing. Abortion has been is supposedly playing a major role, but I think that Democrats are going to learn what the Republicans have been dealing with for a long time. Abortion doesn't really put people in the voting booth. Nope. This is probably going to be the biggest impact because it's so recent, because there was such a big deal, and it's not going to put enough in there. So moving forward, unless somebody runs on it on, basically socially engineers it into a major platform, and there aren't really other big things going on, like, maybe we're sending a bunch of money over to another European country that's in the middle of a war instead of helping our own people. Maybe if food wasn't so daggone expensive, maybe if inflation wasn't insane, maybe if gas wasn't so high, maybe if all this other stuff wasn't going, maybe if we weren't having shortages of literally everything. I couldn't find peanut butter a couple of weeks ago.
Was that it, like a statewide thing?
I don't know.
Or like countrywide thing?
Wasn't in any of the.
Because I swear,
in any of the grocery stores.
There were two peanut butters, and we're a big city. We got every peanut butter you can think of, and the ones that you could have, like the normal Jif peanut butter, was like separating.
That's the rest.
I was like, when have you ever seen Jif separate?
I don't know. I don't know. But all I know is that we couldn't. Jif is the only peanut butter that's allowed in my house that isn't getting fed to a dog, and and we couldn't find any brand except for maybe Peter Pan.
I like Peter Pan peanut butter. I mean, I'm not picky when it comes to peanut butter.
What the heck is Peter Pan peanut butter?
It literally
child stealing peanut butter you guys have over there.
It's literally peanut butter with Peter Pan outline on it.
Michael Jackson pops out and he touches it.
Well, Neverland Ranch. That's in the dressing section.
Oh, I see. We just have the Hidden Valley.
Hidden Valley.
Well, I'm getting a
Buttermilk Ranch.
I'm getting a request from somebody who demands to be on the stream, and normally I'm not somebody who just lets people on or does what somebody tells me to do. But because they've been a long-time friend, long-time supporter, when nobody else was showing up on the stream, I'll let it slide this time. This time, I'll give him his shot.
Oof.
Pew.
Also, he's going to have to publicly acknowledge that I beat him in fantasy soundly, and or I'll boot him off the stream. So,
what kind of fantasy? Like your dreams?
Baseball, fantasy baseball.
Oh, it's not what I was thinking.
Of course you didn't. Wait, what kind of peanut butter is that you got there?
What do you mean?
What kind of peanut butter is in that little chocolate mix of yours?
Jif.
That's right.
Yeah. Normally, now I will say this, what I normally do, because I'm putting a bunch of stuff in it and mucking with it, I actually use a scoop of that PB2 peanut butter. It's like a powdered peanut butter that has like extra protein in it. So normally I'll do that, and then I'll add a little bit of like almond milk to reconstitute it into normal ass peanut butter. But I was out, so I went with the Jif.
Dragon, so if you were a Christian and I am a Baptist, does that mean we're related? So, funny thing, not any of these folks on the stream right now, but there are folks that I've brought on. Hans Feeney, the guy coming on maybe later this evening, Saint Cyprian, and what's the other guy? Other Paul. They say because I'm non-denominational that I'm just Baptist. So I guess we're related, Ruse. Welcome to the program, by the way. I can't hit the like button. Blame Blaine.
It's hard to say, isn't it?
Ooh, man.
Everybody tries to do it, but it's hard to say.
All right, I'm going to bring Fig on.
Oh, what's up, North Star?
Kenshiro. Just started watching that.
Now you got to say something. First things you got to say, though. Stuart beat me in fantasy baseball.
Stuart beat me in fantasy baseball.
Welcome, Fig. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good.
In this fine morning.
Good. What are your thoughts on the election?
I hope nothing special happens tonight.
By special, you mean shenanigans special, or as in,
I just want a boring
the shenanigans.
You know what would be special would be if New York had a Republican governor. Eric,
how much you want to bet that actually happens?
This is the great thing.
That Dirty Birdie is going to be on.
Eric's going to be on. We've got me from Virginia, Greg from Texas, Blaine's in Washington, Eric's in New York.
I'm also in Texas. We're Texas.
I was going to ask where you were. And
yeah, but like you guys could be 1,000 miles apart. Like I drove from Dallas to Arizona, and it was all Texas.
Oh, here we go, Alex.
When you drive from Illinois to Texas, because the best route is just to go all the way down to Illinois, and then.
Well, there's our answer there. Good old Alex coming in. That's one of your viewers.
Oh yeah. He does work. He's in a Bible Belt grocery store.
Amen. Ooh. Amen. This is my favorite word. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Ask my wife if we're having a discussion and my wife brings up a fact. I will always put a allegedly before it. You snore. Allegedly. I snore.
Yeah, I mean, has she ever recorded you?
You can deep fake anything these days, so it doesn't make a difference. So
you just put a snoring noise over a video of me sleeping.
Yeah, exactly.
I like how on the CNN politics page, every single governor race is labeled with the little key race indicator. It's like, when everybody's special, nobody is. I was looking to see if there was one that wasn't a key race, but they're all key races, I guess.
Have any of y'all have any of y'all cut the cord for cable? Any of y'all use like alternative anything? What you got, Greg?
Like
I mean
years ago.
I mean, technically, like my apartment complex has a technology package, but we just use the internet. We just use Spectrum and then stream whatever we wanted.
So you're on the Spectrum.
I am on the Spectrum. That's literally the only. You have to go through the apartment. They don't allow you to do your own internet provider.
I remember those days.
Do you use anything for television? Or do you just
no?
Okay. What about you, Fig?
We just use a Roku, and I just mostly watch the weather on it.
You can hack the Roku and get.
So I'm on a free 2-week trial of YouTube TV, and so but the Young Turks is on there. I was like, I'm never gonna watch that, and then I was thinking about it. I might watch it tonight, depending on how things go.
Oh, I saw it was an hour ago, but I think Styx made a post saying that the Young Turks are saying like there was an electrical outing in LA.
Oh no!
Technical difficulties.
Oh, we'll be on as soon as we can.
You didn't ask me if I cut the cable.
Oh, I thought you said you didn't.
No, I
Speaking
have
of technical
cable
difficulties, did you guys hear about all the machine boxes, Dominion boxes, just having malfunctions? All of a sudden,
I heard
Mhm.
something. I saw something Megan Fox
Such
tweeted.
a terrible shame that happens during an important event.
It's not like they haven't had 2 years since the last major issue to address this.
In all honesty, does like anyone remember from the past ever hearing like certain machines having a problem like this? Like the only thing I can, well, that was more of the recount, the whole Al Gore and
the hanging Chad.
Oh, I remember that, and I wasn't even old enough to vote.
Yeah, when did literally just because of 2016 that all of a sudden now the machining stuff is starting to happen?
I think
allegedly.
I think it's a lot to do with people being more familiar with the fact that algorithms run a lot of people's lives, and how even grandma understands that her Facebook wall is controlled by the computer somehow. So people are putting more stake in like the computers are doing something that they may not be.
So yeah, so that was leading up to kind of what I was. One of the things I was saying. So YouTube TV. So I can get on YouTube TV, and it's easy for me to boomer that I am, and it's easy for me. But the reason we hadn't cut it yet is because my in-laws live in a suite attached to our house, and so they feed off of our cable bill or all our cable options. So before we cut Comcast out of there, I need to make sure that they've got something because they watch TV all day, right?
Oh yeah,
the TV's never cut off except for maybe at midnight. But local news channels, and sports. Those are the 3 biggies. YouTube TV.
Just give them an antenna.
Oh,
my dad tries to do that.
Yeah, so I was nervous about this, but I did this last night, and I was going through it with them, and I was like, the YouTube's going to learn what channels you watch normally, and they're going to start feeding you more of the shows from those channels. And they both were like, okay, I get that. And that's that algorithm thing that you're talking about, Blaine. And they're almost 80. Both of them are almost 80 years old. Yeah. So that's a big deal.
I don't know if it's just me. Like, this is something I've noticed that's like very creepy, but I'm not surprised. Is not just like, say you like this actually happened with Eric's wife, and when I was hanging out with them at one point, when I was in there, I brought over like some Jimmy Dean like food to eat because I was on keto. And later on, like on her phone, like it started showing Jimmy Dean stuff, for example. Has anybody actually had the radio start playing commercials about stuff that you've mentioned? Because that's been happening to me lately.
No.
Oh, no. Dude, it's the weirdest thing. Like, no joke. I'll say so.
I'm sorry. A radio?
The radio, like the advertisements on the radio.
Like
if you're in a car and you're playing and like you're listening to a station, I've had
like
ad
Bluetooth
commercials.
Cell phone?
What's that?
Like a Bluetooth to your cell phone and pick the music like
he's
like
calling
Spotify?
You a boomer, Greg. for listening to the radio.
No.
What's the radio? Wait, I thought that the radio stations all just shut down when Rush Limbaugh died.
Yeah, that's the only reason we kept him around was his heart was connected to the system, right? No, I've never had that with the radio, but again, all of my stuff is YouTube or I guess Spotify technically. But
I guess I'm just not as hip as you, Blaine. Sorry.
I hate not getting to pick what I listen to. So it's
Yes.
less hip and more just a desire for control in my life.
Who's doing the real controlling?
Here we go. The election's integrity is as strong as the FBI and DOJ's. As straightforward and comprehensive as a Biden speech or appearance. That's a good way of putting it.
Oh my gosh. Is anybody here into 40K?
Chug a big thing of like cough syrup or something?
No. Why?
Oh, just because of the cracking the voice.
Oh no, I'm trying, guys. So this is my my Father's Day gift from my kid about 3-4 years ago.
Nice.
It's been through the ringer, but it's Donald. You are a great dad. They got it off of Facebook. You're a great dad. Very special, very handsome. All this is correct. Ask anybody. Really terrific. Everyone agrees, and that is 100% correct. Just look at me, and that's before my beard got this long.
I was gonna say, look at that majestic beard.
This beard is making me look like the Chad meme.
Oh, Texas, they went dark. They're getting lighter. Don't worry. There's time.
It's over. It's all over.
Their land isn't that cheap in Texas.
Let's go let's look at the.
Now it's cheaper than my land. I'll tell you that much.
Let's go look at Junior Biden, which is the Fetterman guy, and Oz, who was a terrible candidate from the get-go. I thought that was such a stupid thing.
Remember, Trump only picks winners.
Best Blaine boy hat. I don't know why he's just fashioning
my Pokemon hat.
It's like the fourth hat I think I've seen him wear.
Pokemon. I was told to wear a hat, and I said I got a lot of hats, but I don't know which one I'd wear.
Don't do what you're told.
Hey, I do if it lines up with something I already would do.
All right, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. This is where all the shenanigans are going on, apparently. And then there's Scranton. We can't talk about an election with Biden as our president without mentioning Scranton, by the way.
Isn't it like a tiny place?
I don't think.
Why is it even on a map?
Biden there. Goiter guy. Yes, I was talking about that this weekend. Goiter guy.
I don't actually have
huge growth on his back.
Goiter guy. What is a goiter guy?
Fetterman.
Oh.
Have you seen the back end of him? He's got like this whole other personality back there.
Yeah, he has a huge lump there.
It whispers in his ears at night.
Wear an RX-78 hat.
I actually don't think I have any Gundam hats. Maybe I'll pick one up. Although I'll get like an Ariel hat because that's what's popular now. I leave for Japan on Sunday.
That.
Yeah, somebody had said earlier. Was it
Filthy
Alex?
Gen 1er? Fine, Gen 1 out. We're Legion of Booming. We're doing old school Seahawks now.
Oh, by the way, Alex did say they called it for Florida DeSantis and Little Marco one.
Throw that hat in the trash.
Get the in-laws in the anime.
My entire state will destroy you for no reason.
My in-laws are constantly subjected to watching Pokemon because that's what my son watches, and my daughter kind of likes to watch it too. So Here you go. This weekend I did a really cool thing. I did and I think I talked about it on my stream before I was popular.
You just screamed all night. That's what you did.
That's what. No, this weekend I went to, or I organized a men's retreat at church, and
nice.
So we all went out to the Outer Banks and went pier fishing off of a pier. But it was like, just guys within the church going out there to, just kind of check in with each other, so that nobody. We had an instance at our church where somebody had an issue, and then when everything broke loose, they said, well, nobody supported me. Nobody was out there checking in on me or anything. And so, while I thought the excuse was lame, because it was, it did get me thinking that we should at least have something for us where we can get away as men and talk to each other. Because I know this past year from November of last year to today has been from my personal life, lots of ups and downs. And I know, Greg, you've heard me talk about a little bit of what I've been going through when we've been gaming, but it's been a lot, and it's a lot to keep on your shoulders. And it's nice to talk to people of different ages. One of my elders was there. As we had two deacons, an elder, and a guy who just started coming to church with us, and a guy who had just who have been coming for almost a year now. But getting all them together from different ages and different points of view to kind of talk and give each other support and talk about what's been troubling us. That's a great thing to do. We didn't catch any fish. We caught one octopus. one octopus, which I've never seen happen before either. But we're about
just 20. Throw it out and wait.
So he was checking on his. He thought he had gotten snagged on one of the pylons from on the pier, and it's a huge pier. We're about 20 feet off the water, and so he's reeling it up. He's trying to get unsnagged while he comes up, and he's like, "What is that?" And I go, "Dude, that's an octopus." And so he reels it all the way in, and we're trying to figure, can we keep it? And I'm looking at one of my buddies. I'm like, can we eat it? Because you can eat octopus,
but boil it.
You got to have somebody who knows or is willing to attempt to cook it, right? It's a little bit different from fish.
It turns to rubber real fast.
Yeah.
You can't eat carpet, Daddy. Of course.
While we were discussing,
you got to boil it first.
It felt like the Hobbit. While we were discussing this, how we were going to eat this octopus or whether we could even keep it, it got itself off the hook and then snuck underneath the railing and belly flopped 20 feet into the ocean, inked the water, and disappeared.
Jeez.
So, we got some pictures though, so that was great.
I love that stuff. And the other thing that it does too is it keeps young men in the church. We have the church that I used to go to when I was a kid. Had a men's fishing retreat. So we would go from here to Concanully, which is it's like a 4-hour drive to get to this reservoir, just because it's so far out there. Like the only way to have like a cell signal is to go to the middle of the lake and use the lake as a giant reflector dish to get something. And so you go out there and you go fishing. And as a kid, we had been there a couple times just as a family because it's a fun place to go to. But then the whole idea of like all these guys in our church that would get together and go on this weekend retreat was always like a fun thing. And because it was just like a generic men's thing, it wasn't like dads or anything like this. It was like as soon as you were 18, you got to go on the big fishing trip. And so you always had that thing to like look forward to and do. And I went and I did that for a few years up until I moved out of that area. But yeah, it's something that's just fun to do because you want to talk with Grandpa, but sometimes it's hard to get Grandpa like at church to like sit down and say something that isn't like church related. And so sitting down while he's swearing up a storm to try to tie a knot on his stupid hook is such a different image, and it's such a thing that people look forward to. You're a little kid and you're hearing the stories, and I think that's really important for like a healthy church body to go on vacations together.
And it helps you, and like you said, getting young men. Now we haven't had any really, like some 18 to 28-year-olds join yet, but this is only my second year doing it. First year was 4, this year was 6, but we had a little bit more. It's branching out, and a lot of it was a lot of things came up for a lot of people at the very end. So next year we've got another place. It's going to be cheaper because I know a guy who's got a cabin, and we'll do it out up in the mountains, right? And so that'll be good. And just try to do different things, but like you said, seeing the other side of people and how, and especially like Grandpa or or an elder, even in a small church, an elder is kind of a guy who's elevated, and you think that they've got everything figured out, and they don't, right? They still have to go through, but they have to lean on their experience, the experience of their parents or their mentors growing up in the church. And, there's a God theme, there's a Christian theme to it, but it deals with issues that we see day to day that we don't always just run to the Bible for, which maybe we should in some cases. But,
but even if, because I wholeheartedly believe everyone's still figuring it out. I think that's a huge lesson in Timothy is like, it's okay that you haven't asked all these questions yet because everyone else is still asking questions. And then just to see the questions that they have answered in their life that maybe you're looking for the answer to. So even if they don't know everything, they still may know something that's helpful. Or it's just fun to talk because they're like, oh yeah, I was the guy that dug the tunnel that everybody uses every day in this state. There's something weird like that. And you're like, that's fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah. You learn people's stories, and then you come back and it's, and the other thing, and the thing that I really want, it was somebody, you talk to these people and you grow a friendship or a level of trust, a bond of trust that maybe when you are struggling with something over the course of this next year, you have somebody go, I know I can talk to this guy. I know that because I've seen him bare his soul a little bit, or I've seen him help other people, and we're even though he's older than me, we're kind of on the same wavelength. I can reach out to him and talk to him. You give that opening instead of somebody going, well, nobody wanted to talk to me. Well, if you don't tell anybody what your problems are, nobody can help you. And if you pretend that everything is okay, nobody's going to think to ask you if everything's all right. Because we had a pastor actually come in. He was a guest speaker, but he's like, when you're talking to people and they're saying, is everything okay? You have to, yeah, or how you doing? You're like, oh yeah, I'm doing great. How you doing? Even though maybe you're not doing great. Maybe you're doing pretty crappy, but you think, I don't want to be the Debbie Downer in the conversation that somebody just tried to spark up just by saying hi. I don't be like, man, I'm doing terrible. But you could be like, hey, I'm doing all right, but I'd like to talk to you some more about some things that I've got on my mind. And, that's where a responsible Christian, especially a responsible church leader like an elder or a deacon, would say, yeah, let's schedule some time this week to talk about it. You got time this week? Yeah. I would clear up. I would stop a stream, a whole night stream to do that. I would tell my wife, hey, you got to go to the kids' soccer practice tonight to do that. And luckily, that's what we need. You need a family that can understand these things, that sometimes you put a couple of your own things on hold. Now, you can't sacrifice everything, but you do what you can to be flexible, to meet these needs. I've had people do it for me, and I know that I would do it for somebody else if they asked. So,
yeah, and it's about getting people past that. Like, I think we called them social scripts when I was in real estate, that everybody has the line and the response that they just kind of fall into, and your goal as like a salesman is to break them off their script so they can actually tell you something about them. But everybody has that thing. Like, we all make fun of Episcopals, peace be with you and also with you, and then you leave. Like, that's all they say, right? But I would argue that a lot of people do that in every church. They're like, oh, how are you doing? Oh, I'm doing good. Yeah, great message. Awesome. I'll see you next week. And it's just the same script every single week. And so breaking out of that can be very difficult if you haven't built that bond outside of just the main service building, right?
Yeah, I think it's like, be deliberate even when you're being casual. Eye contact with the person, but maintain the eye contact and go, hey, you doing all right? But also not try to be so, make it so that it's socially awkward, which I have very difficult doing. I'm socially awkward, so. Dragon Ruse says, do you want to hear a messed up theory of sin? Is there a story behind this? Go ahead.
Is the rest of the message getting cut off because it's too messed up for YouTube?
Got to save that for Rumble.
That was three minutes ago. Yeah, save it for Rumble. Save it for whenever I do that.
Here, I'll be right back. Is there a way to like turn off the camera real quick? Or
yeah, something? You hit stop cam down at the bottom.
Oh, okay, that's what I figured. Okay.
I can just kick you out.
But at least if he goes stop cam, then it's a little bit easier when he pops back in. Yeah. I sent you a YouTube short that made me really giggle. But it's important, but not important to understand 40K. If that makes any sense.
It's always important to understand 40K.
I think it's funny even if you don't understand it, especially on a stream like this. Oh, it's in the private chat.
Oh, okay. I see that. I almost
my wallet does not understand 40K.
Your wallet, nobody's wallet. Well, I take that back. When I'm independently wealthy, maybe I'll take a shot at it.
I hired a manager that spent most of his time just reading the wikis. I was like, oh, this is how you afford to do 40K. It's my dollar.
All right. Librarians when Space Marines ask them about the warp. Are y'all hearing that?
Mm-mm.
No.
All right, hang on.
You have to share a tab to get audio, I think. If you want to just make my face bigger, I can play the audio through my microphone.
No, I'll figure this out.
I can do this.
Maybe I won't.
How does Nick know how to do this, but you don't?
Because he's got all...
Oh.
Because Nick is a professional YouTuber, and he also has Ryan the editor.
Do you think Ryan does that much? I feel like every time he talks about Ryan, he's just yelling about it. All right, if everyone can see this now. Oop. Am I playing it, or is it not playing?
I don't hear it.
Nothing.
Oh, I forgot the... Hold on. Send audio out. Undo send audio out. Wait, why does that not work?
Nothing.
How about now?
Now who's the boomer?
What the hell? I can't be a boomer. Look at how complicated this is.
It can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him...
So, brother, you would have better knowledge than I would on this matter. What exactly is the war?
That can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him...
So,
That's
brother,
painful to watch and hilarious.
I love when his hand comes up out of the armor. It's so funny looking.
It does. It looks almost appropriate.
I figured out why it wasn't working. It was because I was using the DIF output and not the HD output. Sorry.
What do we got to?
There's no professional stream here. Yeah, I've made $5. Woohoo!
You look like a professional streamer.
I will never be a professional streamer. I will never be a professional, even when I'm independently wealthy.
Really?
I mean, I'll stream, but I'm always gonna be lazy about it. Like,
is that so do you define the professional versus amateur as the laziness, or just because I've always just defined it as you get paid by something?
My own work ethic into this stream is lazy and unprofessional. So
understood.
It will never be professional. And I'm not asking for money either. Now, I guess there could come a time if for some reason this channel blows up and I've got a large chat with like 100 viewers or 1,000 viewers or whatever, and the chats are just coming in so much that I can't. Because one of the things I like about this stream being as small as it is, like I don't know what I would do with more than 20 people in there at a time talking. Because I like being able to respond. I mean, even when it was just me and Fig on this channel, and Fig was talking as I was going through my thing, it was great. There's that intimacy of the, just a couple of people talking about things. I like having that. And everybody kind of knows each other. That's kind of like, I mean, one of the things I talk about a lot is I like a small church for the same reason. You're able to commune with people better. You're able to have fellowship with people. People. You don't get lost in the crowd. I know that there are people who just listen at times for whatever reasons. And I'm fine with that too. But the people in the chat, I don't know what to do with a chat that's so big I can't keep up with it. So, if it ever got that big, I'd probably use like a super chat feature to make sure people could get something if they really wanted it to respond to. I don't know, because I don't know any other way. I wish there was a way I could do it without there being a money aspect. The same thing with my locals channel. I don't know I would love the locals part to be free for people to just post on there when they wanted to, so we wouldn't have to use Discord and all its
free.
I think there's a button when you make a post that allows supporters to interact, and I think if you make a live chat on that post, then you'd be able to have non-supporters interacting in a live chat, and that would just be that extra layer. So it's like, sure, you may have like a ton of people chatting in YouTube, but then there's a percentage of that number that's going to actually go through and chat on like a live chat on locals to help you kind of reduce the noise a bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I'd do it, but I don't have to worry about it right now, and I don't see any instance where it wouldn't be. I've got some folks on there. I mean, Nick's the most successful streamer I've had on here, and I'm still trying to organize him coming back on.
What's he up to today? We should stream snipe his stream.
Well, I sent him a message. Of course, he didn't see it. He hasn't seen it, saying, "Hey, if you want to come on, you'd probably go into your own doing your own thing." but looking at locals.
Yeah, he's on Rumble right now.
Oh, he is streaming right now?
Who is this?
Yeah. It's him, Ty, and potentially Criminal. Oh, Ty. Ty is leaning so close to the camera. It's like, all right, Grandpa. Get your medicine, bro.
Ty is very much has a lot of boomer opinions.
I'm
not trying to neg him on that. Because I actually like.
I feel like we all have a Ty in our life, right? Like everybody has.
Dad. He's my dad. I mean, he's not old enough to be him.
That's basically what I was trying to say.
Because he's very postures a little bit in his takes, which I don't like, right? But again, Ty is honest.
But you don't like it when your dad does it either. You're like,
I don't like it when my dad
dang it, Dad, would you let this go?
Yeah. I'd love to have a discussion on Dune with him. Just because, there's he talks about it a lot. I like Dune. I didn't actually like much after Dune, but I did like the prequel books. All the ones that his son did with Kevin J. Anderson, I thought were pretty good. But I don't take them very seriously. They're not like this deep philosophical message behind it. It's just world building, right? Or it's just setting the table for Dune. It's like you need this whole thing. It's like a mini Silmarillion, which isn't as deep, but it's just fun to read books and that exist within Dune and kind of establish what the canon is. But
yeah.
But I thought that was great, and so many Dune fans just hate it, and I'm like, yeah, well, I like Dune, but I don't think Frank did a great job finishing that series either. So, I mean, he died before it was finished.
Books,
huh?
Ew, gross books.
Yeah. Dude, Frank was a pervert, and all you have to do is read the books to find out how big of a pervert he was. Not like a degenerate. Well, maybe a little degenerate.
What makes him a pervert?
Dude, like the whole Duncan, Idaho arc is all about just sex. Like sexual martial arts. It's weird.
Welcome, Power.
Hello, I'm back.
It's like anime before anime.
It does not predate anime.
The 60s.
Real nice, Rick. Turning our son into an Aquila.
I think the first anime was in 1947.
Not long after the bomb.
Nope. Didn't take long for them to learn how to move pictures. Actually, I was just looking at this too. Hold on. Because everybody's like, oh, it's like Astro Boy is the first anime. And it's like, no, not really. They kind of had a few things that are technically anime before that.
Wasn't Astro Boy in the 50s?
A video based on... Oh, sorry.
Wasn't Astro Boy in the 50s?
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
Probably.
I know. I remember back in college, we looked over like the anime.
Look!
Hey.
Good evening.
Stream, Eric, roll on.
Good morning, Eric.
Yeah, voice act my. Damn it.
Let's put over my stuff over here.
Actually, it was 1940.
So much better.
All right, so let me try to talk through this one. Eric, I'm going through seasonal allergies. I lost my voice this weekend, and I'm just getting it back.
So, am I giving advice or what?
Just so you know why I sound like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo.
Oh, yeah. Hey, so funny thing on that. I came down with like a wicked upper respiratory infection over the last week as well. And I too sort of lost my voice. So I only have this very, very small window of time within the morning where I can talk without it sounding like I've got like a ball of cheese just lodged in the back of my throat. Not unlike right now. So I've been having to record my smut while I'm on the hook for another 5 months into the month of April during the wee hours of 6 a.m., the good old Lord's hour where I should be on my knees praying and thanking him for everything that I've got.
Pray after you finish those books.
Yep, but instead, yeah, I'm talking about one of the worst. Oh my goodness, it's probably one of the worst book series I've ever had to be a part of, and it's labeled as a romantic comedy series. It is anything but, and I get the sense that the woman who writes this thinks that she's funny. All of her friends probably tell her
Lots
that
of
she's
women
really,
think they're
really
funny,
funny. But all the jokes land like 4-year-old humor. And everybody inside the story is so unlikable. I'm just waiting for a bus to kill everyone. That way there's no third book to do.
Well, welcome to female entertainment.
Nice.
Oh, it is the
there's a reason
worst.
why we just don't get it.
Yeah. They got small feet so they can stand closer to the stove. And they should always know what time it is because there's a clock on the stove.
Yeah, they're really neat. I would be not be surprised if there is some sort of ancient text from somebody who had a vision from God that says, just like all the things I said about the genders in Genesis, the men are the funny ones.
They found hieroglyphics of the Millennium Falcon inside the pyramids. I'm guessing somewhere there's got to be a digital readout etched in their little script that says 12 ... the colon 00 because nobody bothered to set that stove. And there's a tiny little woman with a headdress standing very, very close to it. And she's hollering over her shoulder what the time is. It's been a long day.
Let it hang just a second longer. There we go.
There we go.
Now you're drinking. I guess it is after 5 now.
It is.
It's been after 5 , Blaine.
Shut up! I'm on the other coast.
On the degenerate side of the country.
Dude, I'm digging the setup there, Blaine.
Oh, thank you, Eric.
Nice to meet you, by the way.
Good to chat. I've
had a
couple back and forth.
Checked out his channel, Eric?
I have not.
It's
dangerous.
He is big anime. Like I get on there, I am a absolute normie.
There we go.
Hold on. Now
You've come to Hat Day prepared. I'm amazed.
You came to Hat Day prepared.
Hey, I was not prepared. I had to leave.
At King Kai's.
I
had to leave and get my hats.
I live in hats. I had to go upstairs and change my hat that I was wearing because it was the hat of the store that I work at. So make sure I don't cast aspersions upon the good tool store's name.
Yeah. Well,
the good tool store. Okay.
How are you feeling about the chances of actually having a Republican governor like me in Virginia?
Okay. So I am, you know me, I am optimistic to a fault.
Yes.
Very true.
In terms of positive about it, I'm not going to let myself drift off into blind positivity, which literally just becomes a glorified lie that we tell ourselves, where we could be standing inside a burning room and go, yeah, this is totally fine. Yeah, this is great. I'm not going to think negative about this. But yet our skin is starting to leach out the plasma because our blood is actually boiling. I like to approach it with a healthy amount of skepticism, but with that hopeful optimism that things will turn out the way the good Lord intends it to, the right way. What he could otherwise prevent in his infinite power, but chooses to let happen in his infinite wisdom. That being said, I just going off the temperature of rural New York, and this is wild because New York, very blue state, largely because of the city. However, the rural areas surrounding the city are not blue at all. They are very, very red. Now, I lived in Texas for the longest time, which is a very, very red state. You guys all know.
And you left me, you butthole.
I know.
You left us.
Living in Dallas, though, very, very blue city. You even hint that, maybe you enjoyed watching The Apprentice, and suddenly, you're a Trumper, and we've got to throw the cross up at you. Over here, though, blue state, I'm in a very, very red county, very, very red region, and the people here are pissed. They are really, really pissed. And it's not over the big arguing points that leftist maniacs want to tackle. If you look at the breakdown of what the most important things are from all the pollsters who have taken the temperature of our society right now, for the left, the biggest thing is abortion and abortion rights. That is their biggest arguing point. Whereas for every common sense individual in existence out here, namely those on the right and who are leaning more conservatively, their biggest thing is the economy. And then the next thing is making sure that their children are taken care of and protected within their school systems. So going off that, I'm hoping that it's going to be a red wave up here in New York. I can absolutely see it coming because Kathy, she is so unlikable, and she made herself, at least to church-going people, even less tolerable when she decided to start trying to quote scripture, mangling it, and then trying to pump in critical race theory and this hat nod to trans activism from the pulpit.
Garbage.
Gross.
So I'm gonna say I really want it to be the good way, but I'm going to be optimistic about it and let those cards fall where they will.
I think that's appropriate.
That Texas finally turned pink in the governor area.
Yeah, dude, pink.
Yeah, I think that's one of those weirdest things about how the way we have elections set up is that like I'm out in Washington, right? And it's Seattle. It's one city that can basically dictate whatever our entire state does. You know, and there are some surrounding suburbs and stuff, but I like knowing some of the people that are out in like Issaquah and down in Renton, even a few miles, and they have a completely different temperature to the people that actually live in Seattle City proper. And it's like, can we just kind of confine that to its one, like make them worth like half? Like if you live in Seattle, you can do that, but now your vote's worth like half because just we got to balance this somehow. It hasn't been optimized in a while.
Yeah, and like it's so funny. There's always this big argument that takes place whenever it's a presidential election, and it always comes down to either you're in favor of the Electoral College or you hate it. Mm-hmm. And I love how, like, this is a great one. If you go solely on popular vote, because we know that thousands upon thousands of ballots have to be thrown out from the 2018 election. Or sorry, not 2018, the 2020 election. We know that they have to be thrown out because they were invalid. If you take at those numbers right there, you know that Trump was the popular one going in to win hands down, bar none. But yet, you go to Electoral College, and we saw with like 2016, where Trump went up against Hillary, you saw Hillary being the popular vote, but Trump getting all the Electoral College votes. And then you have this big argument, oh, well, we should just get rid of the Electoral College because popularity is what's supposed to drive this anyway. And I love how that argument completely runs flat, and they start saying the exact opposite. If somebody from the opposing side happens to win the popular vote versus the Electoral College vote, suddenly like, oh yeah, no, the Electoral College, it exists for a reason because, you know, you can't be the most popular guy in the room and then think you're going to run all the states. Like, no, that's why we have these checks and balances in place here. Like, it's one of those arguments where leftists will continually waffle back and forth only as long as it suits them. A great book that actually really has its finger on the pulse of what's going on in America presently is called Empire by Orson Scott Card, the guy who wrote Ender's Game. Mm-hmm. And he really gets into the derisive nature of politics and the word salad and the word games that they play with each other. Fantastic read for anybody out there who wants to kind of like take like a real psychological tour through somebody who's, I don't know if they're a prophet. I really hope they're not a prophet because of the events that happened inside this book.
Well, he's Mormon, so we might think that
but it's good. So. Well, maybe.
No,
everyone's a prophet on a long enough timeline.
Oh,
well,
sure.
Did any of y'all read Ender's Game?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
I did.
So, I mean, what he talks about with the influence of message boards and everything was way before its time.
Dude.
And what ended up becoming very true, like what we do here on YouTube or on Twitter or on Facebook or all this other stuff. He's very good at prognosticating this kind of stuff, and I think that's pretty. He's pretty intuitive in that aspect. What I've got up here is my state, Virginia. The one I'm really keeping my eye on as a Virginian is right here, Vega versus Spanberger. Now, the interesting thing about this, Spanberger is in a district that used to be me, and when Spanberger what happened was Eric Cantor, who used to be the Republican majority whip back in back basically in the 2000 all the way to 2014. He was the GOP majority whip. He was an out and out asshole of a GOP guy, very corrupt, very much whatever. And then Dave Bratt, who was a local professor at one of the local colleges, ran against him in the primary. Really cool guy, very Tea Party associate, very, very smart on numbers, economics, and stuff like that. I think he's an economics professor. And he beat him. And then they basically gerrymandered my county out of his district. And Spanberger won by just a break. So they talk about gerrymandering. It ain't always for the GOP. A lot of times I can say, because I got gerrymandered out and gerrymandered into a very solidly red district. So Spanberger won that, not by a wide margin, but did. Then in 2020, won by just a little bit. Stop that.
What was that?
I was talking.
I got a sub.
Stupid.
I'll turn those off.
Come on.
Yeah, probably me.
Grip that.
Oh.
Grip that.
So that would
Sub it all over the place up in here.
this guy out here. So, as I was saying,
No, it's all right. I want to sit next to Eric anyway.
Heck
right,
yeah.
so,
heck yeah.
oh,
Knuckle bump. Knuckle bump.
only won by the very slightest of margins. That after election night, it was one of those ones where absentee ballots were getting counted and everything. One came back and won, and so this time she's going against a very smart, very professional Hispanic woman running against her in the GOP. And right now, she's got about a 10,000 vote lead with 90% of the vote in. And so, I hope she wins. And I've been driving around a lot in that area. And I mean, it's the thing about the counties, though. The counties generally, wherever you go in America, the counties generally are red, and that's where I've been. And so I see Vega posters all over the place. And then, like this one building, there's like a Farmers for Spanberg, and I'm like, whatever. What is she giving you, some subsidies or something?
You know it.
Yeah, got them growing them annual crops there. Just we're stripping fields. They don't care anymore.
She giving you some spam burgers?
But this is, I mean, look, this is basically Richmond is going to decide for the rest of this district, right? But this is all generally red. So is all of this area, this area, this area, this area, and this is kind of purple right here. This is going to go red. This is generally red, but it's starting to enter that Northern Virginia corridor. This guy, if Hung Kao wins, dude, just for the name alone, I'm going to be happy. And he's only 5,000 votes away. Like he is just trailing. But this right here,
0.2%.
Huh?
That's 0.2% of people put a write-in.
They vote for me.
It's such a fantastic way to throw your vote away doing write-ins, because the person already has to be qualified through at least a political affiliation. So like you're not just going to go inside there and be like, oh yeah, Ronald McDonald. Oh yeah, wonderful. Bodie McBoatface. Yeah, let's get Bodie in here.
Bodie McBoatface is hilarious though.
Bodie McBoatface. Nice.
No, so
nice.
Okay, so Gemini Spanberger is actually ex-CIA. That's how that was her platform. Is it? I was CIA agent. I understand all this other stuff. I think she was like an analyst. She wasn't ever a field agent. I don't think.
No.
But there you go. There. Shock Virginia flip. No, this is how Virginia looks. Richmond's always been blue. It's always been red pretty much everywhere else. This is kind of a purple area, except for this area right here. And this spot right there controls so much of the statewide elections and the and the national elect, or actually basically the federal elections.
Guess Crowder's doing a drinking game.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
If Loudon County didn't have that issue with the transgender bathroom rape, Terry McAuliffe would be governor, and it wouldn't have even probably been close. But McAuliffe basically said what nobody wanted to hear, and that's that Democrats don't care about what you think as a parent.
You know what's crazy? So like, I'm gonna touch on that here in a second too, because that's
be
one
careful
of the most...
where you touch on that.
We're talking about kids here.
That
Show me
whole
on the
topic
can.
is so infuriating, given that like people there, you've got two sort of camps when it comes to verbiage and the words that we choose to describe anything. And like the word indoctrination inherently is not a bad word. Now, if we're talking Jamestown, yeah, that can be, or sorry, Jonestown, that can be, yeah, definitely a very bad word. They were indoctrinated into all drinking the Kool-Aid and killing themselves to go to the mothership. However, indoctrination also took place back in olden times, in biblical days, through the proselytes who would be baptized into the Jewish religion and tradition and the family. And as parents, it's our job to indoctrinate our kids into a way of life that is healthy for them, gives them a moral foundation, and then hopefully sets them up to succeed for the rest of their life. It's, so to say, train up a child in the way they should go. When they're older, they will not depart from it. Oh, they may tarry off in the wilderness like I did myself for a while, but that prodigal son has those roots dug into their heart and they will return. And when you mess with parents and you start mucking around with their kids' lives and livelihoods, like all the insanity that was going on, where you had teachers actively trying to encourage their students to become trans, adopt new names, adopt new pronouns, and then shielding this from getting to the parents. And then when a parent decides to raise a defiant eye at that, that parent is now being investigated by the freaking FBI. You have an entire conglomerate of people that, like you were saying before, Stuart, who live out in the counties, who are the rural ones, who have been forced to send their kids to school districts inside areas that are still trying to hang on to the vestige of the No Child Left Behind Act. And they have watched our grade point averages suffer. They've watched this entire generation get dumber and dumber. Like, here's something crazy to think about. You look at our generation, Stuart, essentially the millennial generation, and we were the ones we were the little rebels. We were risk takers. Oh, we smoked, we snuck out of school, we went and egged the principal's house. We did all this stuff. By and large, right now, this new generation that's coming up, Gen Z, while they abstain from doing all the naughty things outside, like vandalism and such, which, probably shouldn't vandalize, but while they abstain from actually going out and leaving their mark on the world, they elect to live indoors in a digital space, never venturing out, never growing the cojones to actually step out into the real world and handle somebody putting up a solid front to them and telling them no, without them then having to go home and call their parents and ask them over 1 million questions what the proper choice and action is to do. You got college kids who can't even make a decision on whether or not they should stay in the dorms for a year or whether they should go and get an apartment with their 4 friends. They have to call home on every single little thing because the backbone has been taken out of them. And I think too many parents have sat idly by and not paid attention to their children literally having a spine turn into jelly. But as Michael Knowles is fond of saying, and I also enjoy this quote as well, in the end, reality always reasserts herself. And when she does, it's going to be painful. And I'm hoping we're seeing growing pains here that are going to take place very quickly overnight.
Yeah.
It's like you were here at the beginning of the stream without being here. That we were literally discussing how the role of like the man in the household needs to be literally the decision maker, right? Even if they're not coming with all the information, it's like, I can make this decision and I can eat the consequences of whatever that decision brings me. And a lot of that just doesn't exist because people are too wishy-washy about every little thing. And then also the indoctrination argument goes back to the same thing as the what the hell is the election thing called? The other argument you made. It's like it's bad when it's the other person's idea. It's good when it's my idea.
Yeah,
right?
No, that happens all the time, and I hate that.
Well, like what you were saying, Eric, too. Not only do they don't want to deal with the consequences, but they convince themselves that the consequences is attack on their being as a whole.
Yes,
and it's you know, and like what you said, it's growing pains. It's when God, it's like God's like a potter, and in order to strengthen that pot, he has to stretch and pull you and whatnot.
That pot has to be fired.
Especially if it's something in your life that needs to be fixed. Now, we all know that God's the perfect potter maker. He knows what he needs to do, but your soul needs to go through that to pretty much get through life. And these people don't want to deal with it. That's why they have to at least dull the pain for the digital reality. I mean,
and like the parents that have finally woken up, I'm hoping for them it's not too late for their kids, but at least as voters, they can make a difference for the next set of kids who are just getting to that freshman level or even younger. Like some of the horror stories that came out of, well, your home state, Stuart, some of the horror stories that came out of there where you've got kids that are 7 and 8 years old deciding that they're going to put themselves on puberty blockers and permanently sterilize themselves for the rest of their life. Like these are the same exact drug that they give to violent inmates who have gone down for rape and battery to sterilize them and take away their sexual inhibitions. Like it's crazy. And while a lot of these parents, their kids may be lost causes in terms of the physical aspect, hopefully they're not lost causes in the mental aspect, and they can try and reclaim a generation. Because I got to tell you, there's a very interesting split right now with Gen Z coming up right now, where you have on one side the most conservative generation that we will have ever seen in the last 50 years, and then you have the other side of it are the weakest clutch of individuals who, by their own volition and teachers' influence and their their entertainment influences, are going to willfully elect to join the LGBT community, and they're going to live out an existence, whether physically or mentally, the end product of which is not designed to actually foster and have a child. It is a dead end road when it comes to the gene pool. And like, you can look at it two ways. One way, you can say, no, you shouldn't do that. You were made for a purpose, and this isn't that purpose. Or you could say, you know what? Yeah, sure. Let me go ahead and encourage the daylights out of this, because eventually you morons will breed yourselves out of existence, given that you won't breed.
Well, the trick there is that they don't breed socially, like the social contagion side of things, right? Sure, they may not have an offspring, but they can influence what other people think. So exactly what you're talking about with like influencing people who are already confused and don't know what's going on. And it's protecting kids to just let kids go make their own lives. That's so important because they can't breed, right?
Yep.
That's the recruitment, the like the social engineering. Well, I mean, that was kind of one of the things. Like I said, it wasn't really the counties that were mobilized. The counties were mostly mobilized in last year's election for governor. But it was the normally blue and independent voters that were basically, we were coming off of COVID and that kind of stuff. We were coming off of COVID, and they were already seeing some sketchy things, and then all of a sudden something pretty spectacular happens, and the candidate for the Democrats is basically like, well, you know, that's a non-story, and parents really don't know enough to know what's best for their kids. And guess what? That torpedoed his chances, and all those independents and all those light blue Democrats are like, no, my kids are my priority. And my county specifically in the Richmond area decided they were going to go back. We closed down and went all virtual in January of 2020.
Wow.
And just like everybody else did. Yeah, Nico, RIP my voice.
It's okay. It's giving you that gravelly grandpa thing where we all get real quiet just in case you do say something profound.
I'm even leaning closer to my computer right now in hopes that
But we decided after, so everybody closed at that point. 2020, all the schools were closed nationwide pretty much. But when the next school year came back, our county decided, nope, we're going to have in-person learning. We'll give the parents to decide. You either do 100% in-school learning or 100% virtual. But you have, whatever decision you make, you're stuck with it for the semester because we're not going to do any of these back and forths.
Yep.
And I think it was like 60% or 70% sent their kids in full time. We did too. And that was great. And the kids had to wear masks and they had to do the social distancing things. The Richmond paper was all over the place with, Hanover County is going to kill their kids. Hanover County is going to kill teachers and kill family members. They're super spreaders and everything. And at that point, everybody already knew that it wasn't the kids weren't the threat vector. And we didn't have any problems. We would have, our kids had to stay home for a week because one of us had it. One of us got COVID. I can't even remember which one. So we kept them home and did virtual, but we sent them right back. And then, so at the end of the first semester and the second semester started up, the spring semester started up, guess what? Like 90% of kids are going in school. We had no issues. And that's how we run our education system, which is, it's still public education. So you still have some of the issues and it's still, a lot of liberal theologies in there, but consistently our standardized testing, we are passing, and the rest of the Richmond area counties and the city suck.
So, like, I was touching earlier on the Electoral College, and like you look at the state of New York, and any state for that matter, and you see just how many counties are there. Particularly though, inside blue states, you look at where like the city, like their big capital city is, and you typically see that whole region absolutely blue, but it's also the highest concentration of people there. We have an electoral college for the individual states. It almost seems like in order to give states a fair shake, you would have to now start to apply that to the county level as well. And like you go from macro down to micro inside that way of doing things. But I think if that were the case, you would see on this, on this map of the US that we're looking at right now, you would see probably 85% of those states way more red than they currently are.
Oh yeah. Go back to the percentage of the land that you take care of and changes the vote entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look, I'm a county guy, born and raised in the counties. This is how it's always been. The cities dictate so much. Now, this is just like Illinois, like we were talking about with Greg. This is just like New York, where New York City dictates everything. Chicago dictates everything. Northern Virginia dictates everything in Virginia. That's just the way it is in a lot of these states. But
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
there it is.
I just set up my mic, which I'd never set up before, and so I wasn't sure if it was working, so I wanted to test it out.
Your voice sounds like chocolate. Keep it coming.
Chocolate.
Soothing.
It's better than my voice right now, which is...
Is there any echo? Am I echoing at all?
No, you're good on that.
No, you're good.
Let's go. Awesome.
Let's go.
Awesome. Anything happen? I've been gone for a little bit.
Rubio's elected, and they called Rubio. They called DeSantis.
Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
No hidden special surprise.
They called Sarah Huckabee.
Yeah, Illinois is not a surprise because Illinois is two things.
Rip Illinois.
Yeah, it's whipped and it's broke.
Chicago, basically. It's all in Chicago.
Yeah, dude, Chicago is cancer. Chicago is absolute cancer. And I used to love going into Chicago I have literally no desire to set foot in that city ever again. And even when I was there, when it was good, if I wasn't walking by Garrett's Popcorn, where they vent the smell of caramel corn out into the street, it smelled like a sizzling fart in that city. Everywhere. Just smelled like wide open butthole. It was terrible. Chicago, if you're watching, fix yourself. Switch over to a carnivore diet.
How is that city still alive?
I don't know. I'm surprised they didn't burn the dang city down when the Cubs won the World Series.
Was it Chicago where that one incident happened where all that molasses like flood out on the street and like drowned a bunch of people in syrup?
I kind of wish it did, but I don't know.
Ooh. This Georgia one's pretty interesting right now. It just switched. It was Herschel Walker was up by about a percentage, and now he's down.
Is that just because of cities that Raphael's winning there?
Yeah, I mean, look at where it's at. Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta.
Augusta.
Surprise there, honestly.
And this is one of the disappointing things where we have a man who's supposed to be a pastor or reverend, and he is about as pro-choice as it gets.
Dude.
Well, that's he's not really a pastor then. He's fake.
I mean, that's pretty typical for a lot of the social justice activists, especially in America and the Black community, to have reverend or pastor attached to attached to their activism. That's pretty just par for the course.
Yeah,
like the Jesse Jackson.
Man. We've seen
but I mean MLK too. MLK as well.
Oh, dude. Al Sharpton, all of them.
Al Sharpton, yeah.
It's two ridiculous. Of my cousins are reverends. You just send in some money and they give you a little certificate. Now you can marry people.
Whoa. Yeah, it's not that hard to do, actually. I think it just shows how, if only you knew how bad things really were. You can go send in an email be a pastor 5 seconds later.
Well, that was 1919. This too. There's a lot to be said for not being so heavenly minded that you're no earthly good. There's also a lot to be said for not being so earthly minded that you're no heavenly good. A lot of these pastors who get into playing this political game with the souls of their congregation, as it were, like Stuart and I have gone down the rabbit hole on woke preacher clips and have dissected arguments, like using the word as a very powerful backstop. Fig's been inside there for a lot of our streams and been like a fantastic sounding board for us as well. But it's amazing that these guys will chance all this temporal clout and totally thrash their permanent eternity. Like, not saying that they're going to be barred from the pearly gates, but because we know that we are justified by faith. Well, we're justified by faith. However, you can lose what rewards may be coming to you. Not that eternal life isn't a reward in and of itself, but everything up there ain't going to be for everybody. It's like a big old shopping cart. All the good things go in and all the bad things go in.
Well, Chuck said it best, and other preachers say the same thing. You have justification, then sanctification, and then glorification. Each and one takes place at it. What's up?
That was so low brow. That was like not even clever. I mean, I'm used to Trump actually coming up with like some funny stuff every once in a while.
I feel like he wrote that one in the morning and he was like, I gotta pull this one out.
It's too big of a mount. Yeah.
Do you think he has ghostwriters?
He's got a
for that one at least.
Yeah, that sounded like somebody else did it, but because he's usually pretty clever on that. But the thing that's interesting is on that aspect, Trump has lost a lot of steam, I think, and he is, whatever his motivations are on things, it doesn't mean it's not having the impact that it had, because people are ready to move on. I think that the way he did he handled things after the 2020 election was less of the we have questions, we have concerns, and we think X probably happened, but there wasn't going to be any type of resolution other than what ended up happening. So why didn't he just say, hey guys, we need to focus on the next elections now and go from there? And I think he would have kept a lot of his clout at that point. And to be honest, at his age now, he should be in the position of just being the kingmaker within the GOP.
Personally, I don't think he'll run. I think he doesn't have any intention of running. But
Conway says Kellyanne Conway says he's announcing he's going to run on Tuesday.
She says that. However,
he said he's going to make a big announcement on Tuesday.
I think he's going to throw his support behind somebody else because, like, here's the thing: keeping everybody in suspense and such ambiguity has done what? It has let the left go totally crazy and take their game to keep him out of the White House to umpteen levels. So we've watched literally the leftist media and leftist politics go completely insane.
Oh yeah,
like beyond what we were accustomed to before the 2020 election. And I think that's all been by design so that he can show the American people, watch how crazy these people get because they think I'm going to run for president here. And then by the time it comes for the actual election to take place and he's already throwing support behind DeSantis or whoever else, he gets to sit back and go, yeah, they were all vilifying me for the last 4 years, and I'm not even running.
Well,
here's your next guy.
Perfect thing for him to do is be the bully because he's good at it. He's the bully.
Yes,
he's
taking all the barbs right now. He needs to just continue to do this. That way he can draw the aggro from them and then be like, yeah, and here's who you want, folks.
But how does that correspond though with like his recent, because he was recently counter signaling DeSantis, so it seems unlikely that he would. I'm just speculating too, so I don't know, but it seems unlikely.
It's possible.
Here's the big problem. I don't know,
but I don't think he will. Eric. I don't think he'll run.
Because but I think he will because I think his ego is so huge. There's no way.
Yeah, I agree. I think his ego is too
Did
huge.
you catch who he
I
had
have
on
my
his...
own ulterior motives too. I'm a Floridian, so I don't really want to part with DeSantis yet. So I'd much rather him run again. And I know people go, well, he didn't win last time. So, I would actually contest that. I don't know if I can say that on here, but
yeah, be careful. I might get a week break.
Let me think of how to say this.
Wouldn't be the first.
I think if there was a Mario Kart race between two people, I think the orange man won the Mario Kart race, completely unrelated to what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, Bowser held it down.
In Minecraft, there was an orange character.
So.
But Eric, did you see who he had on stage with him praying for him this week?
No, I missed it.
Kenneth Copeland.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
This sucks for me, right? Like I spent all my time on Twitter. Well, not all the time.
God.
I spend a lot of time on Twitter, like shilling for Christian nationalism. We need Christian
self-report there.
We need Christian nationalism. Blah 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 blah. And then it's like, wow, look at my Christian nationalism. Who are we bringing in?
Yeah, well, and this is something I want to bring, and this is a discussion I want to bring Nick onto my show to talk about from the libertarian side of things. But I think if St. Cyprian's able to get on the stream at some point, because I know he's got a lot of takes about it. I like the idea of Christian nationalism. The instituting of it and the creation of it is where I see a lot of hurdles, because which Christian's nationalism are we talking about? Are we talking about a Baptist Christian nationalism?
Yes.
Are we talking about a Catholic Christian nationalism?
Well, that's where I think that, so this is the thing, right? And I'll push back just lightly, is if you take, I know Mormons aren't Christians, but they would be categorically in that category. And whether or not we consider them that, we don't. But restorationists would fall in the category, broadly speaking, from a secular standpoint. But if you were to take a Mormon, a Catholic, a Eastern Orthodox, a Lutheran, an Anglican, a Baptist, and they're, serious about their faith, they're going to more or less agree politically on the vast majority of things. They're going to disagree with abortion. They're going to disagree with gay marriage 9 times out of 10. Now, whether or not you could find like liberal outliers in those groups, of course. But I mean, the serious church-going ones, I think generally they're going to be pretty closely aligned. This is something where there's a very obvious alliance to be made here. And politics is about pragmatism. So you don't need to share the same gospel or be in the same communion to work together. And I think that's something that boomers just don't get. And, I'm 23, so I'm young. I'm on the young side of things. But when I look at guys like James White, he goes, well, we need to be focusing on evangelizing Catholics. We can't, work together with them. It's kind of like, well, okay, boomer, like you really don't get it. Do you know what they want to do to our kids? Like, do you know what they want to do to our kids? They want to kill our kids.
Yep.
And do you know what they want? They want to groom our kids. And so you're going to sit around and bicker like we're in the 1990s about, debating the papacy. Yeah, go crazy. But quite frankly, we've got bigger fish to fry. And
that's fair.
If you want to evangelize people to your denomination, go crazy. I'm not stopping you. But I just don't think that is, I cannot understand why in a million years you would just get uber sectarian about politics. This is the one time where you sectarian.
Their intentions are way misaligned.
And so obviously if we have Catholic nationalism, Baptist nationalism, Lutheran nationalism, Eastern Orthodox nationalism all existing instead of getting under one tent, that just seems insane to me. It seems actually insane. So I can't even I want to be sympathetic to the boomer crowd that's like, oh, well, they have a different gospel. They worship Mary, But it's like at the same time, I'm like, look, can we win for once? Do we have to just lose because you're so principled? Like, I'm sorry, I don't believe you're principled.
That's a great point.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, guys, I'm going to have to bounce, but this has been awesome. I will catch you guys on the flip, all right?
See you around.
Okay, good morning,
That's a great point that you make, Mario, because there are a lot, and that's the kind of the thing I say. But like, I run into things like this weekend, a amazing thing happened. There's a lady who's got she's a MacArthur follower. I think she goes to one of his satellite churches or whatever, and she puts a lot of the basic milk toast, but still kind of bombastic tweets out there. And she came out with one that says Catholics aren't Christians, and Catholics aren't Christians, and she's a Calvinist Baptist. She goes, Catholics aren't Christians, but they're saved in spite of it. And I said, why would God save somebody who's not a Christian? And I got into a little bit of an argument with another guy who responded, but she absolutely and she came out with so many stupid things. She attacked me and started calling me sister and doing all this stupid stuff.
Well, at a certain point, it's like people, they want to, it's like it's like they can't understand like that the word Christian is a category. Okay. It's a category. Somebody can be a Christian and go to hell. You know what I mean? And like whether or not that means that they are really a Christian in the purest sense is up for debate. But when we use the word Christian, generally, we mean a category of people. We mean a group of people. And under Christianity, everybody from a Mormon to a Catholic exists underneath that label. Now, whether or not we believe that they're all saved or whatever, that's a totally different conversation. But Christianity, as a broad term, generally consists of restorationists, traditionalists, and reformational people, all in this broad category as a demographic. And so it's just kind of weird to me when people try to gatekeep that term. Like, like Christians are Western Rite Baptists first. It's like you don't understand categories. Like both Sunni and Shia are Muslims. But, one of them is going to be, in their mind, the correct Muslim, and the other is the going to hell Muslims. But they're both categorically Muslims. So I just don't really understand it. I don't know.
Well, in my term, what I was driving at was to say you need to be careful about, the taking that approach, because for the same reason you do. We're trying to. The Catholics, we're not at a point where we need to be evangelizing to other denominations. Now, maybe to Mormons, because they don't meet what I believe are the fundamental requirements of Christianity, because they believe that Jesus was a man, is actually just a man. They've got Trinitarian issues. They've got an extra book that's
you can definitely go so far that you're definitely not a Christian. Yeah, you're not a Christian when we say Christian. But I guess I was speaking more of just politically what a Christian is or sociologically what a Christian is, as opposed to what doctrinally a Christian is. I mean, in order to be a Christian, you must be Trinitarian, you must be Nicene, you must be, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But in order to be broadly categorized in that category, I mean,
and that was how the whole thing degenerated. The whole thing degenerated to her saying, now I'm not a Christian because I argued with her. And then she goes, you've got a small following. You've only got 100 and some followers. I've got 5,000. And I was like, you're going to be I was like,
well, that's tough for her because didn't she say Catholics are wrong? Well, there's a billion Catholics.
How many does the Pope have?
How many Baptists are there? Boom. Yeah, like it's such a dumb argument. Like,
I mean,
she's a very low intelligence person, but I followed her because she had a good story. I wanted to bring her onto the program because she's from Bali, and she allegedly the way she talks now everything she said is now thrown into question. Maybe she's an immigrant, probably from Mali, but she's like, I've had family killed in front of me over our faith and whatnot. And I was like, that's a good topic to have somebody come on. And then I'm like, I'm not interested anymore. So, Blaine, what you got for me?
Stuart, I need you to activate your ability to receive live redirects, because I'm gonna pop over to my channel so I can yell about Chainsaw Man for a while, and then when I'm done yelling about Chainsaw Man, I'll dump it back over here.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man.
What the heck is a Chainsaw Man?
It's a man who's got a chainsaw
so walk
head.
me through what I need to do.
Well, go to your YouTube studio.
Okay, I'm in there.
Go to your settings button down at the bottom left.
Okay.
Then click community.
Okay.
And then scroll down below your hidden users, which should be a bunch of porn bots, I'm guessing.
It is.
There's 2 checks where like all channels can redirect to my content, or like channels I subscribe to. And then you can also put a specific channel. Put me also in the specific channel one, because I've seen that not work.
Okay.
And then hit save.
What do I need to? Is it an at Blaine's Escape Corner?
Yeah, if you just search for Blaine's Escape Corner, then click the one that has my glasses and hair on it. Not here, Alex Moore. Don't bring it up here. We'll talk about the episode.
Not popping up, but I have channels I subscribe to can redirect to my content.
Okay, that should be enough. Or you can also check the all channels, and then you can turn it off later if you don't want other people to do that stuff.
See if you can do it now, and if you can't, I'll click all.
I can't test it unless I'm live.
Okay, I'll click all then for the time being.
I'll go try it, and if it doesn't work, I'll DM you again. Okay.
Whatever.
Anyway, that won't be till 7 though. I just want to make sure you're ready for it.
It's way past 7 right now, Blaine.
Yeah, it's like 8:30, man.
It's 6:22 p.m.
It's
in God's time.
9:22 p.m. actually. So, yeah, but yeah, this is the problematic part right here.
Warnock.
Warnock is part of that problem. That really.
Well, he got such a cool name. He's getting like ignorant votes from people who are just like, yeah, Warnock. That's a cool name.
They're voting for him because he
literally sounds like a bad guy. Warnock.
Warnock.
If you don't vote for Herschel Walker, you're racist.
Dude, that's my favorite Christmas movie.
Oh, you got that reference? Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I watched that.
Your first step.
Let's get out of here. George racist.
Inside of the other.
You got anybody else called? Arkansas is called. None of these are surprises yet.
Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Really wasn't expecting that one to do that.
Let's look at the New York, even though Eric's gone. Yikes.
Oof.
But that's that's New York. But it's only, I don't know how much of the city is in. Not a whole lot.
It should have a little percent, right?
But there's
AOC was declared winner.
It does it by the boroughs, and that's always confusing.
It does it by the boroughs.
So, dude, if he wins, it's going to be...
There's no W?
It's
W.
Arkansas. Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Somebody in the comments mentioned Lex Luthor.
Dude, Bezos would be a vote.
So true.
He's my Luthor.
Jeff Bezos.
I hate that guy.
On
a personal level due to contractual issues. Not a. I love what he's done as a human. I just hate what he did.
I don't know. I haven't liked a whole lot what he's done.
You don't like what he did?
You don't like what he did?
Took a bookstore? Took a bookstore out of a garage and turned it into 2-day shipping for anything?
We all know that story is not real.
I mean, I remember when Amazon was just a online bookstore.
It's true. I remember buying books off it.
I think it's the consumerism that's it's made and expanded, and as a result encouraged and socially engineered more consumerism. Not that we didn't already have a problem with it, but now it's like exponentially worse.
My name is Thomas Berman, and I love Berkeley, California. That's my friend Tom.
For everybody to see.
Here you go.
That's a terrible take.
Didn't Berkeley have that professor that did like the gummy bear thing though to prove that like dieting is all calories? He ate nothing but gummy bears but kept it under his caloric deficit, and he lost like 5 pounds or something like that just to prove that it's not about what you eat, it's how much of it you eat. I always thought that was weird because I feel like at the end of like a week of eating nothing but gummy bears, I'd give up. I couldn't deal with the diarrhea.
Yeah.
I didn't know you get diarrhea from gummy bears.
Have you not read the sugar-free gummy bear reviews?
No.
Oh, dude. There's like a 5-pound bag of
awful. Yeah, apparently
the sugar-free gummy bears, and it's got a diuretic in it.
No.
And all of the reviews are like, I bought this and I finished it right before I had an 8-hour flight.
Literally just Google search. The comments is hilarious. Oh, Mario. Other Paul reached out to me yesterday, told me he has to work because in his
sad,
at his fake job in his fake country in his fake continent of Australia.
So true. It's all bogus, honestly, dude. It really is.
But Cyprian's going to be on later. He said he was taking his kids to the movies. And
that's based.
Yeah. He's the one.
Mom and Dad W.
He's the one I want to talk more about with Christian nationalism and that kind of stuff. Because, and here's the other thing, and I know a lot of people are saying we got to do it. In order to get that established, you have to change the culture in America first, where that's going to be somebody.
Well, I think that's the whole point. We're trying to change the culture in America.
Yeah, I think that approach is probably the best, because if you look at, if you think about Christian values and stuff like that, fundamental Christian values, they're all pretty good. And I mean, they're all great. But,
it's like, wait, which ones aren't pretty good?
They're all great.
They're all pretty good.
But I mean, like, if you keep up with like Gen Z,
that communion
right?
one, that's weird.
Kind of the zeitgeist surrounding my generation. It's either extreme leftism, bleeding heart SJW, or it's like traditional Latin mass people / I go to church every Sunday. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the people, at least that I know in Christian circles, are very traditional, very, that are my age. And it's not just, I'm not like just walking in these circles. I just think there is a bit of a pendulum swing. It's not dramatic. I think the vast majority of my generation is like the Skittles community, but you've got, I don't know. I'm just not quite as pessimistic. I think we can make a lot of cultural change. And I think there's a lot of people that are pretty aware of it.
I try to be a little optimistic about it because I think I'll try to be optimistic about it because I want the change to be there. And I think we can, but you have that has to be the goal. It can't be just, we need to elect these people. Yeah, that'd be great. But if you want to elect the people, you have to get people in the mindset where they agree that says, okay, we're buying into this. Right. So
more the bottom up approach as opposed to the top down.
The bottom up approach, but by emulating the guy at the top, Jesus. But yeah, I mean, you have, in order, since we're
by emulating Jesus, though, we go to the bottom first.
Right. I don't know how to take that.
You take it however you like.
But since we send these people to Washington and we're the ones who's supposed to hold them accountable, then there you go. But, the people who are normally in my stream, my daily stream, talking about the Bible, right now we're in the middle of 1 Samuel, or we're finishing up 1 Samuel. That's a perfect example of, the corruption of man when he's given power, and why God at the end of Judges or at the beginning of 1 Samuel says, you don't want this. You don't want to put man in charge of your state, basically, because he's going to do that. He's going to tax you. He's going to, assume power where he probably shouldn't, and do all these other things. Oh, also, he's fallible, and he's going to be in love with this stuff. He's going to take your women. He's going to put your men into his armies. He's going to do all these things. And where I would lead you to righteousness, you don't know what this guy's going to do. And the first king that they get, Saul, does exactly that. And he's not the worst. He's not even close to the worst king that Israel has. But he is the perfect example of the fallible politician, or the fallible authoritarian put in place. And they had that problem enough throughout Judges with the priests and whatnot. Samuel's sons. I can't remember who was the sons of the priest before Samuel. Also had the same. There was corruption there, but the man at the top who was handling everything was God, and that's where everybody was putting their ultimate focus on. And having a king or having a government, and whether it's a constitutional republic or whether it's a monarchy or whether it's whatever, or communism is a great. It puts that extra layer, and the government doesn't want somebody more powerful than it to answer to. It's God. Politicians don't like that. They think they're better than us. They think that they're in a bit different class than us. It's an aristocracy, or it's a monarchy, or it's whatever you get with the communists. However they end up, but basically it's just another aristocracy. They think they're better than the people around them. And that's why I say, it's this, we can have Christian nationalism, but then I also worry that the fallibility is still there. But how do you make the original setup in Judges with just some priests work? I don't know how to make that. Hophni and Phineas, thank you, Nernath. I knew you would come through for me.
Hey, Mario, you ever thought about becoming the next Nick Fuentes?
No desire to just.
Probably want to avoid being the next anybody.
Yeah,
you don't want to
be you.
We've got a similar vocal cadence, so.
You definitely have a groiper voice.
So true.
It's weird,
politically, I agree with him on more than I disagree, but there's definitely some things he says that I don't agree with.
Nick had the best response to Nick Fuentes. Nick Requeda had the best response to Nick Fuentes. So if you're so obsessed with maintaining the human or the white race, maybe you should have some white babies. He said with 5 kids that he homeschools. So.
All right, I'm gonna pop off. I will see you in a minute.
Okay, see you in a hot minute.
Just the hottest of minutes.
See you, Blaine. All right, Chris. All right, Mario. Let's get into your prognostications. What do you think's going to happen tonight?
Well, they already called DeSantis, right? They already called.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that one was pretty. I think that was going to be.
And Rubio, right?
Yeah.
That's about as tapped in as I've been. I'm sorry if I'm a little boring because all I care about is my state.
I'm the same way. I'm keeping an eye out on Texas.
This guy goes, Christian Nationalism is just a giant fed op. Well, if you give anything enough time, it always turns into a fed op. You give any conservative space will eventually get infiltrated. It's true.
Well, I mean, it's hard to determine between the guys like me who wear a polo shirt or a button down and khaki short cargo shorts. And then all the feds who dress exactly the same.
This guy goes, as good as a plane is gone. His wheat goatee was bringing down his stream. That's so mean.
Wow.
Wheat goatee. Oh. Oh,
that's okay. I was trying to. Maybe I can like help him. I can show him some. I can charity some of my my beard to him. So.
Hey Greg, I'll lend you some of my hair.
Mario, did you see the Crypto Chad got his Twitter back?
Oh, he's got his original account back.
Wait, who got his account back? Nick?
No. Crypto Chad. Though that bodes well for Nick, getting his channel back. But yeah,
dude, that nose boy needs to get his Twitter back.
Let me check. I didn't see this.
Yeah, he's been tweeting a lot, but I retweeted something he said. Basically, don't call it a comeback. So. Putting this out there for everybody.
Actually, Stuart, I need some of your beard.
Who? Me?
I need your beard.
All right. Do you watch hockey, or were you just making fun of me early? You know, because that's how this started. This was a playoff beard in 2012 when the Devils made the Stanley Cup playoffs, and I just said I'm not going to shave until they get knocked out, and they made it to Game 6 in the Stanley Cup, and at that point, I had a pretty good beard going on. So just don't shave,
dude. My connectors just will not connect. It pisses me off. I can get everything, and then it just like skin right there, and it's like, oh, I hate it.
No, I don't. I have a weaker mustache than I do a beard. I wish my mustache was a little bit fuller when it came in, but you know, I can't. I've got enough, right? I'm happy with what God's given me. So
just got to work with what the good Lord's given you. I agree.
All right, I'll probably tap back in a little bit.
All right, Mario.
All right.
I be in and I be out. I'm sorry. I got a little homework I want to get to real quick. All right, I'll see you guys.
All right, see you.
Guys, how's your hockey team going?
The Devils are doing really well, like surprisingly well.
I meant your fantasy hockey team.
But my fantasy team, hang on, let me pull it up real quick.
The one where you didn't invite me in.
So I'm 4 doors, more scores. My brother is Dateline Predators, which is hilarious team name. It's hilarious. I'm number 1 in the look at that.
No, putty.
Look at
Go Devil. He's a face painter.
But yeah, no, that's I'm doing pretty well right now. In fact, I'm usually not in the position where I'm leading the league. Usually I'm just coasting until I get into the playoffs, and then I win it all, which I did 4 out of the last 6 years, guys. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good at fantasy hockey.
I wish I could have beat you at fantasy hockey.
Well, you said hockey sucks, so you didn't get a invite.
Just because I said hockey sucks, that doesn't mean I can't have fun in fantasy.
Mr. Talley from our baseball, he quit. He gave up his team. So Huber took it over.
What's Wisconsin looking
like?
But
that's because he's been asking for the last 2 years to get in on the league, so we let him in, and we just gave him.
Hopefully, we have a more competitive league next year in baseball.
We will. We should. I've got a guy now who's going to be joining, so we should only have one kind of meh team. But we'll see. We only had 2 really non-participants who were kind of just ghosting around. So.
Yeah, that's not fun at all. Shouldn't get free wins.
You got free wins.
I don't want free wins. I want a challenge.
Don't suck. All right, let's see how we got somebody asking about how Wisconsin's doing. So let's go check out Wisconsin. Let's get out of here. No, I'm not in on the weak goatee meme. Maybe he can. Maybe when Blaine comes back. Wisconsin is looking blue so far.
So weird.
Nice.
Just two things blue. Just it's what we talked about.
Madison
earlier.
and Milwaukee. But it's still just operating up, so.
Always
what
slow.
I want to see is Whitmer get bounced in Michigan.
Yeah.
But she was leading pretty. She had a pretty decent lead going into that.
I don't know how anyone can continue to vote for her or any of these people.
She's got a 42,000 vote lead right now with 13% in. But you got Detroit. That's another one. Gosh, I sound awful.
Do people even still live in Detroit?
That's a good question.
Who knows?
They moved to Troy.
Who knows?
It's like every time I'm showing pictures of Detroit, it's always like a ghost city.
Let's see where are we at with the House? Oh wow, Walker's back in the lead in Georgia by 0.1% right now.
Hold that point.
Get that butt.
Get that
Spit in
butt.
that butt.
Get that butt. Get that butt.
I hate Drex.
He's hilarious. He is hilarious.
Dude, Drex is amazing. I need to get him on the show.
Dude, every time I scroll down my timeline, I always see him posting fat chicks, and it makes me want to put bleach in my eyes.
Dude, anytime. Like, if I just see the picture, I know immediately who's posting it. I'm like, I don't even need to scroll up to know who posted this one. Oh my gosh, that man.
That silly man.
That dreamy-eyed Baldo.
The big thing. He just needs to get off of MGTOW, I think. I think that's the real bad. That's really my only real problem with him.
With what?
With Drex is the MGTOW aspect. He's hilarious. He's great. He seems like a really good friend, really loyal friend. I mean, he sticks up for Nick greatly.
I just read that comment. Yep, that's it. Walker winning by 1% by the skin of his Baldo.
Oh, man.
Love it.
Yeah, I mean that'll be again, it's. I don't know. I haven't walked in his shoes. I don't know where and I know that I think that there's some. I don't know where he lands on issues like where his Christianity lands, or if he left it behind with the MGTOW stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I mean, he seems somewhat knowledgeable on the Bible. So, but we'll see. We'll see how that is.
I always mostly think it's just the problem is it's mostly city women that I think that's the issue. Well, go find women out in the country. I think it's fine.
We'll see. I mean, that's yes and no. It depends, and I think that depends. It's a regional thing, and I think it also depends on where, because you find a lot of you've got trashy, or what do we call them, tacky women in the city, and you've got trashy women in the country, and they're pretty much the same on the aspect of I want to sleep with whoever I sleep with, and I can get out of any marriage that I want to for whatever reason. I could cheat on a man and all this other stuff, and that's not And that's kind of gender specific, but we got the same type of guys who've got the same type of mentality, you know. Mm-hmm. But when you add kids into the mix, dude, and especially if you are a man who becomes a good father or a woman who becomes a good mother and really care about that person, about that kid, that makes the whole situation different. So, but feminism has done damage to both genders, definitely. Yep. And it's not necessarily about minimizing men. It's more about minimizing and
it's about
villainizing masculinity.
Yeah.
And trying to take away from men what makes us special, because
it's about hating
women
men
feel like
and creating toxicity.
Women aren't content with what makes them special.
Anything a man can do, a woman can do.
Except for play basketball or soccer, apparently.
Who watches the WNBA?
Nobody. I think the Bill Burr sketch on that is the greatest. Women don't watch the WNBA.
I like the Mike Tyson mysteries comment on it.
Yeah. But that's the thing. It's just like, you know, I get that it's not that what makes women special doesn't get them all the fame and fortune and glory and everything, but that doesn't make what makes women special not important, not necessary, not dictated by God, right? We're equal parts, right? Mm-hmm. Men bear a lot of responsibility, but that means the weight of a failure is more on us as well. Mm-hmm. And so,
not to mention, like, I mean, even with the Bible, I mean, God used women throughout the entire scripture. Yeah. I mean, Jesus's resurrection, he immediately went to the women.
Right. And we're not Catholics here, but all Christians should hold Mary in some sort of high regard, because, you know, Joseph didn't really play a part in the actual
he was just there.
He was just there. The actual pregnancy of Mary. You know, that's the whole thing with the virgin birth. It was God and her, and she gave birth to Jesus. You know, that's one of the things, right? That's what makes them special. Nico asks, is MGTOW? It's just MGTOW. MGTOW. Anti-Christian? Yes, I think so.
Yeah, right.
Because it definitely it denigrates women. The denigrates women, and it's not men trying to fix women, or it's just giving up and just going off. And, you know, maybe there's a priesthood for that really, maybe it isn't anti-Christian in the sense that, you know, if you don't think that there is a woman out for you, that you know, that's not your part to play in society, maybe being a monk is. So
yeah, it's unfortunate. And we talked about it earlier, that progressiveness that's infiltrating the whole Christian.
I feel like it's men giving up.
Yeah.
I think it's like men giving up on it and saying, you know what, we're going to leave you to your own devices. Not that I don't get and sympathize somewhat with the, you know, especially with the state of things. Me and my wife, we got married in the late 2000s. All right. We'd known each other since 2002. And we both, so I don't know what's happened since basically 2010 up. I know it's gotten much worse for men, but it's also got much worse for women too. Because women know what's the woman expectation now? What's been fed to them? How have they been told? How have they been taught? And how have they been told? The same problems that men have. So So MGTOW is men going their own way, and I don't know all the ins and outs of it, so I can't speak expertly about it, Nico. But it's basic to me. It's basically like, women are so toxic at this point. We're just going to either objectify them completely or ignore them completely, and just go away from it. And like I said, I think it's a capitulation as opposed to what we need to be is more assertive. So
it's like cooties for adults. Ew, women are gross.
Ew. No girls allowed. And like I said, there's a lot that's gone on in the society to push men to that. But again, I don't think that the answer is. I don't think MGTOW provides the answer.
Nah.
Listen, Renee, when things get more expensive and prices go through the roof, women will get a lot more traditional. I think that if we raise men to be with the expectation of what they should be, and we in society hold each other more accountable. See, this is one of the good cases for Christian nationalism from, looking at it objectively. Is the fact that, traditional gender roles should be promoted pretty soundly because it's a biblical principle. It's God. It's God basically telling us, look, from Adam and Eve, before, as they're cast out of the garden, here you go, and here you go. And so, like I said, no, don't argue for crit. Good thing they don't exist on the internet. That's not true, Gemini. If you go back some of my early interviews, one is with a I've got a couple of interviews with women. One I know very well, and the other one I know pretty well.
Those were just imaginary.
Like the other Paul, who apparently is Australian, a legend.
Yes. Australia doesn't exist.
Hasn't been on the stream yet, so I can't say for certain that he exists. So, all right, how's things going? Warnock or Walker's getting that expanding that lead a little bit.
He's getting that butt.
Get that butt.
Get that butt. Spit.
I think that's why he's been getting in trouble, because he's been going after that butt too much. I mean, it'd be nice to have somebody from Georgia chime in to see because I haven't followed the Walker race all that much. I know he's got a lot of baby mamas out there and a lot of trysts that he's had in his past that have basically said he wanted them to get an abortion. I don't know how much truth is to that.
Wow.
But, eventually you have to say, look, I did things when I was scared and I was afraid, and guess what? Society tells me I should do it. That's the thing. You can always return to Christ. That's the whole point of the prodigal son. So, well, not always. I guess there is a time where it's too late, like after you're dead.
Stop having seasonal allergies.
Ugh, this is the worst. And it's only, I thought that resting it yesterday was going to be enough. But
that's why I said you should just chug one of those, like, those allergy drinks.
The Lord will provide. The Lord hasn't gotten rid of my voice yet. He's protected my voice throughout this stream, or he's punishing me for going political with this thing, with this channel. I'll have to figure it out. I'll have to pray on it.
Oh no, heaven forbid.
Have you tried drinking some hot tea?
Yeah, I had some my Memoir cup. I had some tea in there. Now I'm drinking iced tea.
Huh? He's not drinking alcohol.
No, I didn't have a hot toddy.
I should have picked up some Buffalo Trace.
But I've got iced sweet tea in the cup. So
I've been drinking vitamin water from Costco.
I don't like vitamin water.
It's great.
Walker trying to catch up to Nick Cannon's kid count. I mean, Walker's been out there longer. He should. I mean, if that was gonna be a competition, he should have set the standard. George Foreman did it the right way. Married them women. Married the woman. Had all the kids and named them all George. All right, let me see. We got something brewing in Ohio. Let's see.
In Miami?
In Ohio.
There's a Miami, Ohio.
Oh, that's right. The University of Miami, Ohio. I forgot about that. Hang on. Senate.
I pulled up the same stuff you did. I find it funny on how Fox and how is CNN getting like more estimates than the other people?
Not sure.
Because they're causing shenanigans.
Shenanigans. Vance is way ahead. He got about 150,000 votes. Ryan's the incumbent, I think. That'd be a nice flip. But I think oh no, I got no I'm responding. There we go. Let's go back to the original Senate projection. They were projecting Ohio to go red. So,
how's Arizona doing?
I don't think Arizona's polls have closed yet.
They close at 9.
9 our time or 9 their time?
Eastern time, it says. At least
okay, then they closed about an hour ago.
That's what they're saying. Texas is going to be closing here in 4 minutes. But it looks like...
Is Texas one of the ones where they close at two different times?
What's up?
Is Texas one of the ones where they close at 2 different times?
I don't think so. I'm not exactly sure.
Polls are closed, but there you go. Mark Kelly wrote his wife's victim status and a small bit of celebrity status he had into a seat, which sounds very similar to John McCain. But oh well. So there's nothing to say, nothing for us to report in here.
Oh, is that one guy still alive? That's that guy.
Oh, Howard Dean.
Yeah. Is he still alive?
I don't know, but I feel like I could do a really good impersonation of him right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to go 100% on it, otherwise it'll blow out the mic in here. Yeah. Gonna go down to Washington. Then we're gonna go and take the White House.
I don't know how that costed him his election.
What?
Yeah.
I don't think it cost him his primary. I think because he came off as such a goober. I guess I don't know. I mean, I was still kind of young when that happened.
The spirit took a hold of him during that point.
A spirit took a hold of him.
Yeah.
Nernath is saying 54 seats. 54 seats is a big win. Look, real RCP is really in on a red wave. 53 seats. Most people are saying 51, 52. But there you go right there. But we'll see. They think Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona are going to go.
That's funny. I'm getting Politico's telling me 83 to 47.
Yeah, I'm getting like different stuff everywhere. Fox, Politico, CNN.
I didn't even think about doing Politico.
Politico, I feel, is the one that doesn't update really quickly. I mean, it says it currently updates, but like the estimated percentages. But then again, I don't know.
Wait, which one is Sex Tape Man's campaign? Nernath.
Sex Tape Man? Excuse me?
Jack Murphy's running. Is Jack Murphy running for office?
Jack Murphy, that beard. Oh, dude, the picture of that beard of that one guy, Stewart, that bozo. I forget who it was.
I mean, there's millions of bozos.
I can't remember.
I'm waiting for Nernath to reply. Back to Georgia. So they called Colorado. Deck on it. That was another one that was supposed to be possibly up for grab. Oh, Jerry Nadler had a. Let's see.
No, we don't want to see the sex tape.
No, not if it's Jerry Nadler.
See that shit?
Hell no. Let's see. Nadler's a joke. Not going Mike Itkis. This is says M. Zambluskas.
What kind of name is Zambluskas?
Ipkiss? The guy here, he turns into the mask.
They've already called that one, though. Nadler's going to get it. Kick that dude back into obscurity, though, if the...
Kick him in that butt.
If the GOP takes the House.
What? Moore won Maryland of governor? Damn.
What?
Wes Moore won Maryland governor.
Oh, Kiss was in Indy. He was going to take Nadler down with the bold plan to legalize prostitution.
Wow.
So here's the thing. I heard this a long time ago. This is like years ago. That in Germany, where prostitution is legal, if you're a woman who is unemployed, they might find you a job as a prostitute. No. We've got openings, and so do you. All right. Herschel Walker's got a whole percentage point right now, with 66.58 reporting in. I don't know how many votes are left.
If only states had electoral colleges themselves.
Well, I love how it's just us just looking over, seeing what's up.
That's fine. I mean, this is what it was kind of going to be. I've had some pretty dry streams where it's been me doing a fantasy draft. For instance, I've done 2 of those.
Oh, I would have my camera turned on, but I can't afford a webcam.
I'll get that Logitech. Should be cheap.
Yeah,
I'm using you don't get it. I don't have any money.
Just zero money.
Sabaton.
Yeah, I'm literally poor.
Look, Nernath, if you convince Sabaton to run for office, We'll listen. We'll come. We'll talk about Sabaton.
Greg, can I have a small loan of $1,000?
You don't need $1,000. You need like 30.
Oh gosh. I'm trying to live here too, you know.
I mean, I could move in with you, but you hate cats.
What's up?
I could move in with you, but you hate cats. You're allergic to kitties.
Oh, just because I'm allergic doesn't mean I don't like them. I used to hang out with Eric all the time. He had like 3 of them.
How are you not dead yet?
Because what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
And sneeze and talk like me.
I love natural immunity. It can help with many things.
Why aren't you immune to cats yet?
I don't know, because I don't know. I guess I should just get a pool of kittens and then just jump in them and just stay there and hope that I live. After a while, the itchiness just starts slowly receding and I become immune. Funny enough, I actually did get an allergy test just because of found out that ragweed is what's killing me down here.
Well, it appears right now we're doing all right because the GOP needed to get 5 seats and they've already flipped 6.
What they really need to get is that.
Shut up.
Get that butt.
Get that butt.
Yep.
Get that butt.
Where did it even start from? Where did Drex and Nick just get? Are they quoting a movie or they just started it?
I think
it was a guy talking about prison.
Yeah, it was like 2 guys. I thought there were 2 guys, like 2 guys that were in prison talking about.
Yeah, that might have been it.
The goings on and the hierarchy of the prison world, and some guys will just say, "I'm gonna spit in that butt. I'm gonna get that butt."
Get that butt.
The different. It's to me, I consider it like the updated version of the Booty Warrior.
What?
The Booty Warrior.
What?
I'm looking for a man's butt. Just type in Booty Warrior YouTube and you'll learn.
I will not.
They made fun of him in the Boondocks.
Oh, is that what? Oh, okay. I might know what you're talking about then.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna take the easy way or the hard way.
The hard way.
See, no, you're picking the hard way, Tom.
I know that one.
I'm a warrior, Tom.
This flip would be great.
See, I'm not looking for no little boys. I came here looking for man's butt. A man's butt? It's a joke, YouTube. It's a joke,
Why would
YouTube.
you vote for a GOP governor but not a GOP senator?
It's either shenanigans or people are that stupid.
Well, it's New Hampshire, so.
Gosh, Beto just needs to go away permanently.
Yeah, just throw Beto in the political trash heap.
You know who's been really quiet lately is Mayor Pete. Get that butt.
Pete Butt Greg. We called him Penis Butt Greg.
Oh gosh.
Who to judge?
Is that my froggy butt towel?
Maybe it was the monkeypox.
Oof. It's very disrespectful to monkeys.
Whoa, that's racist.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it's a difference of 21,000 votes right now from Maggie Hassan and Donald Bolduc.
See, Fox says they called Texas at 8:06. I mean, I think Beto's
They didn't
done.
call it at 8:01.
Huh?
They didn't call it at 8:01 or 10:01 or whatever chance. Was that for governor?
For what, Texas?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, CNN still thinks thinks otherwise.
My ballot was so empty, I had to like try to figure out if I wasn't reading it wrong. I only had one candidate to vote for. There was no agendas on the vote ballot. There wasn't any type of other thing. No other issues. Just one for my House representative, Rob Whitman.
Why do people like have to wait all the way to election day to vote? Why can't they just vote early like a smart man like me?
No, I'm very much against even absentee voting. I think that part of the reason we have all the problems that we have is because we don't just do this stuff on that one day. Just be there. Be there and show up and vote and have at it. The only ones who can vote absentee should be military and, maybe some other small groups.
But we don't absentee vote. We just go to the early voting days.
Then all that stuff is the stuff that all started that in 2020 because of that, because of COVID and early voting and all that other stuff. I think it's bogus. Just vote on.
I've been doing it since like 2012, though.
I know, but I don't think it should be allowed. Personally, this is my personal opinion. Also, because that's the day. That's how long the candidates have to make their case, and things happen. And if you've already voted, too bad. Hunter Biden laptop, different things come out again about different candidates, and you've already voted where maybe you wouldn't have. So
I mean, I'm already dead set on people anyway.
Yeah, I just think it's the principle behind it, and again, it's less. To me, it's like, oh, but we forgot about all these absentee votes or all these early voting votes, and here let me bring in another tote of these votes, and then it's like, well, where did they all come from? They were just there.
My main concern is the primaries, because for whatever reason, people still don't do their research and just pretty much vote for the same guy over and over and over. Like Greg Abbott. I wanted Adam West, but no, people just decided to overwhelmingly vote for Greg Abbott again, and he hasn't
West
done
is dead,
jack.
isn't he?
Not Adam West.
Who? Was he on the ballot? I don't know. I did
his name's West. He's a black guy.
Oh,
Alan?
Yeah, Alan West.
I thought he was. Is he Texas?
Yes.
Oh.
He was running for governor, and then just.
I thought he was a South Carolina guy. He used to be in Congress, right? Or he is in Congress.
I don't remember. I know he served in the military, but I don't remember his.
Okay. South Carolina. Matthews deleted her Twitter after losing. Ratio.
That's hilarious.
Look out. Vance is ahead. A lot of these races are close. They got anything going on for Arizona yet?
Oh gosh. Nick has the Young Turks pulled up right now.
I could probably do that. I've got.
Do you really want?
No. Do you really want to cringe?
You want a homicide on your hands here?
It's good. It's good to mine salt. It's good to mine salt. So,
listen, do enough mining. I did enough mining when I was in. Well, not really. Never mind. I'm gonna say I did enough mining when I was playing Skyrim, but I had the mod. I had the version where you could install mods, so I said, "F that."
I don't think they'll ever talk about the Armenian genocide, Nernaev. I think that's
never ever.
Verboten.
It is verboten.
Supposedly, it was already answered, from what I've heard.
Let's see. Has Maricopa County reported in?
Maricopa County has been just nothing but shenanigans all day. Since like 6 a.m.
0 reported in. And yet there's votes there.
Doesn't make any sense, you know?
Dixon's making a run for the governor against Whitmer, though. She's a cutie. Click on it. Fine.
So, Stuart, what would you do if he just all of a sudden became as popular as Nick one night? You just got 10,000 viewers a stream.
How long was that piss, Wild Weeb?
A very long piss.
Yeah. Would you fall down on the way there or the way back?
Hey, some people really like to contemplate about life while they're taking a whiz. What am I doing?
Down?
Why am I here?
Did you sit down and fall asleep while you were peeing?
I do that a lot.
Then you wake up in a puddle of your own urine.
I don't know how it's supposed to be in the toilet, unless your toilet was leaking.
You see that red line's getting real close to getting closer and closer to 2018.
Mm-hmm.
This is like, meh.
What if it just stopped at 80 and it just kept going red?
It'd be the I would reenact the what is it, the meme of the feels good, just
yeah.
That would also mean that would also mean that California went red completely. So there would be a lot of other reasons for celebrating.
Red with blood.
Blood.
Walk through blood and bones in the streets of New York, try and find my brother.
Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones. Get it right.
Hung Cow lost.
Hmm?
Hung Cow lost.
Oh no, not our boy Hung Cow.
That was my boy.
What'd you say, Fig?
I said, say the line right. It's Skull and Bones.
What, like the...
Not when he was talking to Nick Swartzen.
It wasn't Blood and Bones. It was Skulls and Bones.
I thought that was Cypress Hill.
The Norm Macdonald? I walked through blood and bones through the streets of New York, desperately trying to find my brother. He was in northern Canada. Allegedly. Allegedly.
I miss Norm. He was taken from us too soon.
It was, and there's so many other comedians that could have gone.
Yeah, quote unquote comedians.
What?
We've lost some greats. Hold on.
We did, dude. We lost all Godfrey, Saget, Norm. I was gonna say something else, but I shan't.
Was it 9/11?
We've also got some chili. Where did you get the chili from, good. Weeb? Where did the chili come from?
I have
I'm back.
I have Nick's stream open, and all I do is just I turn
is that a
over.
pink ball?
Yeah,
It's a pink
I looked
Baldo.
over and I see a guy's, I see a Baldo on a guy's head.
Oh, did he finally open his pink one?
Yeah.
Someone is, I don't know.
I know Ricada
Dark
has
day
a pink
for
one.
women.
And he's got two supposedly.
Well,
Not
that's I
supposedly,
think Drex left
thinking
his at
time.
his house or something.
Oh, yeah, left.
No. Nick said Nick was holding it. I saw Nick holding his Baldo.
Did everybody get their bingo cards?
I didn't get a bingo card.
All right, here's your bingo card. All right,
You do now.
we've
Wait,
got the
do we
free,
have to, like,
visibly
take a-
sad faces.
We
Hung
have to
Cow
take
lost.
a picture or something.
They called it for Kong Cow playing.
No. Wait, would you say they called it for him or he lost? I heard two
He
things
lost.
there.
He
Oh,
lost.
so they called it against
Meanwhile,
Hung
the
Cow.
other guests on my show are watching Nick's stream instead of mine.
Bam.
Pardon?
Well, I shouted about anime for a minute and now I'm back. Also, I found out that I don't have the live redirect option on my end. So even if you had yours set up, I don't have the button to click.
Wow.
So that sucks.
Wait, the live direction? There's an actual button? Because I know I was kind of looking into that.
So you hit on your live stream, you're supposed to hit edit, then go to customize, and you scroll to the bottom and you can click like live redirect and it'll redirect after your stream ends. But I don't have the button. Like I don't have anything under there. So I couldn't do it. I couldn't live redirect.
It first.
What?
Hmm?
Huh?
Yeah?
Huh?
What?
No, they gave me a community tab, but they didn't give me a live redirect option.
Because you have to be
Grateful, but I'm
special,
also upset.
Blaine.
Wait,
I'm special. I've got a
wait, YouTube upgraded their studio. What's this go live together? What's that?
Wait, what?
Don't click it.
Like if you go to the like where you upload the videos and just go to live and it takes you to this YouTube studio. If you go to manage and click scheduled stream, there's like this new thing called go live together. I have no idea what that is.
Group streaming?
What?
Wait,
Whoa.
No
I don't
way.
I don't have a go live together.
I don't have one either.
Mine just says no upcoming streams. Aren't you just
because-
Mr. Nifty?
Wait, if you go to manage and like schedule a stream.
Schedule a stream. Okay. Streaming software?
Yeah, and on
Okay.
mine, right underneath that, it says go live together and then mobile.
Oh, no. My schedule stream button just says streaming software and mobile.
Huh. I have a go live together. What does that mean?
You must have special preferences.
Dude,
I have to use Restream for multi.
Lots of other people that could have gotten this, but me.
I mean, why not everyone, right? You have a limited rollout to make sure it's not broken, and then you give your new product, your updated product to everyone. I don't understand.
A foolish mistake on YouTube's part and a waste of time for me.
Classic
YouTube. They must have heard me saying I'm getting tired and I'm thinking of going to Rumble.
Oh, they're like, oh, quickly, they're going to Rumble. Roll it out, roll it out. You know, everybody got handles. Everybody's getting community tabs now. Like,
they said, hey, that bald douchebag. Give him some features to stay on here.
Greg, how come you're not on Rumble yet?
I am on Rumble.
Why didn't you say
Who's
so?
not on Rumble?
I say it like every time. I post links to it on my Twitter.
my Rumble is just a duplicate of my YouTube account. So
mine's
keep it
kind of
simple.
like it's. I honestly do think Rumble is probably going to like gain a lot of traction here shortly, and I feel like I want to be a part of that when that happens. It's weird. I know they need to. It's like what Nick says. Like, what's so hard about literally copying all the stuff that like is good of YouTube and then just implementing it in your own thing?
Yeah.
Even
Well,
because it's two separate things. Like, even though Rumble and locals are like under the same roof. They have like supposedly two different tech areas, and the interface for locals is way better than Rumble's.
That is weird, isn't it? Because it makes sense a little bit, like why the YouTube one would be, better, and having them have issue, like just even copying it. Like you can know how something like looks, but then like copying it on your back end can be a little frustrating. Like if you have weird calls and you can't make like a separate browser. But it does seem weird that in today's era, you can't just like plug and play a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, there's like people make extensions that's just like, oh yeah, we can just bring this back, like the YouTube like dislike thing.
Yeah,
it's like we gotta hide this, and someone's like, oh, I figured out how to show it again. It's weird.
Yeah, welcome back.
I love how every time YouTube evolves, it always gets worse.
Oh, everybody hates the new visuals.
The visuals?
You guys don't have bubbles now?
Oh yeah. That looks so stupid. Yeah, the red subscribe is now just a black and white subscribe button. I don't know. I think it's fine on mobile, but there's something about it.
There's no specific date on a video anymore. It's just like 15 years ago, but it wasn't like posting what day, month, or
years. That's kind of
why not both? Why can't you put the date and how long ago it was for people who don't want to do math?
Well, I thought I saw something too. Like they're now trying to, and I think this is just a stupid step, but of course they're going to do it. They're literally like pushing the shorts now, so they're making it pointless to even be a content creator if they just want you to do shorts. Someone put it greatly. They want to be TikTok, and it's like
my shorts get anywhere from 200 to 1,000 views on a channel with not even 200 subscribers, and 10 people on a live stream night.
So,
and it's just like
enough, I don't know if you got it. I got a notification saying that people they're going to implement in January that you can actually get revenue from shorts.
Mm-hmm.
Funny enough,
Instagram's paying out for shorts, so they've got to. Yeah, Instagram Reels. If you've got it, like even like accounts that only have like 20,000 followers are able to actually like monetize their reels.
Oh wow, that's crazy. I know. I went back home like for vacation for a time, and I like posted. I like did a short. Like I'm like I'll check out to see what this YouTube short's all about, and I like recorded a note that I wrote to Jim Davis, the creator of Garfield. And he like wrote back and he like signed it and stuff. And I'm just like, oh, that's cool. I still have this sort of thing. I got like 3,000 views on it.
Yeah. The view counts are insane.
It's crazy. I'm like, no one knows this. The sucky thing is all the music that it's like, oh, you can put music and stuff. Then you do it, and then they disable the ad revenue because it's like, oh.
Yeah, I don't get ad revenue yet. I'm not a cool guy channel yet.
Copyright is stupid.
Yeah, that was my channel started with a copyright strike from Formula One. That was awful. But yeah, no, the one thing I do like though about shorts is you can like because I'm live streaming Monday through Friday. I can go on to my mobile and I can watch my video and just hit now it's a remix button, which is a dumb thing. It used to say create, which made sense to me, but now it's a button that just says like remix, and you hit remix and you can select, anywhere from 5 to 60 seconds of the video that you're currently watching and snip it away into a short. So I can just make quick little highlight videos and have them posted real quick and easy. And those, I mean, some of them are like getting in the thousands of views, and I'm actually seeing like a couple subs off of most of them. The weird thing though is like short watchers are short watchers. I have yet to have like of the like 20 or some odd subs that you can directly link to the shorts that I've been posting. I haven't gotten one of those into chat on a live stream. They're two different animals, right?
And it's so weird too, because in a way the shorts are kind of like a live stream, just very, very short. Yeah, it's just weird.
It's like they're a live stream, but short.
Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. So
I did my first non-highlight short the other day though, and it was literally just me because I'm super picky about like headphones and stuff. So I just got these, and the first thing I do with a new set of headphones is throw away the stupid cups that come with all of them and use these other cups that I really like. And so it was like a 5-second video of me just being like, the first thing you do when you buy headphones and just throwing away the old cups. And like in a day or like not even a day, like 4 hours, that thing hit 1,000 views and then just stopped. It's just like so weird. It's such a weird system.
Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, like why would you want to purposely separate or like create separate audiences? Like have branch audiences for like one creator. Of course you all want everyone to just be there at once sort of thing, but
See Alias. Excuse me.
See Alias. Welcome, Fansite. Good to see you.
Also, welcome, Fansite.
Yeah, the unveils are bringing stuff back that they used to have. You know what they need to bring back that they used to have? I want my YouTube messaging system back. I want
that hasn't been a
chat.
that hasn't been a thing for like a decade.
I know, it was so cool. Because you could, like, back when they started it, everything was still small enough that you could, like, message giant creators and they'd be like, oh, yeah, that's cool. Because, like, at the time, a giant creator was, like, 100,000 subs, right? So you were, like, relatively small still compared to what we have nowadays. But
so I think we all agree that YouTube
tool.
should go back to 2006 when it was good.
I miss the days where, like, you could make video responses under people's videos.
Oh, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, that's the whole commentary community thing back then.
Oh, dude, it was amazing because you actually had the people that are like, I could play it better than you. They would be like, yeah, whatever, and then boom, video response, and it's like, oh, you can actually do Kenshin. It was so funny. I think I saw like one guy was like commenting on some like somebody playing like a guitar or something like that, and some douchebag was like, you probably don't even know what you're doing, and the guy straight up did a video comment right on that comment. It was so funny.
Do you guys remember a kid named by Josh YouTube Uber?
No.
This
it
was
doesn't
like
sound like
back in like 20.
What was the name again?
Josh YouTube Uber.
Uber. Okay.
Sounds familiar, but
it's like people are making fun of him, like accusing him to be gay or something. He was just freaking out every video. And it turns out he was just a big old troll.
Oh, the whole thing was just a joke. Those are always the best when the whole internet's in on it.
Good old days of Rickrolled.
Blaine's joined the Hat Brigade. Yeah, I got bullied into wearing a hat last time I was on this side. So now this is my Rainier beer hat. This is a very special hat to me.
Rainier beer.
Rainier beer.
Do you have an Indiana Jones hat though?
Yeah.
Do you have a fedora?
Fedora tipping.
Fedora, yes. I have actually my great grandfather's fedora in the closet.
Not a trilby, a fedora.
I don't think it's a trilby.
No, it's not.
Everyone confuses the difference between. Everyone calls a trilby a fedora. I don't know why.
I have like 2 other hats, and that's all the hats I have.
I saw somebody tweet, if we get this, quote unquote, overnight, the Democrats took the lead. Unquote, crap again. I'm kind of over democracy.
What do you mean? You haven't been over democracy for like over 100 years already?
I mean, we have a weird, like, I do find the democracy argument kind of weird. Like, locally, we have a democracy, like, up to, like, the governor level. But we're literally watching votes for a Senate. Like, this is the definition of our republic. Like, this isn't really our democratic election.
Yeah, we're a constitutional republic.
The Senate.
Yeah. No, it's Trilby. My apologies. We only accept the Indiana Jones fedora. Wait, what?
Yeah. The Indiana Jones hat is a fedora. The atheist hat is a trilby.
It's a trilby hat.
Oh, then I have a trilby is what I have.
Yeah.
I have a Popeye hat and a Daru hat. That's the only other hats I have.
I don't know what a Daru
and my
is.
Blaine has a hat that describes his channel. Okay.
Are we getting our hats now? Sure. Why not?
I have a Tweety Bird hat I got from Six Flags.
Thomas. My name is Stuart. The hell is wrong with you?
True dumpster baby.
Can I get a hot shout out to my boy Skylar Foss?
Who's Skylar Foss?
I have no idea.
Skylar Foss?
I hope he spelled his name right because he didn't get my name right. That's for damn sure. Can I get a shout out to my boy Skylar Foss, a true dumpster baby? Well, it's not really a true shout out because I can't shout right now, obviously.
Oh gosh, Tom. Love you, Greg and Stuart and crew. Can I get a shout out to my boy Skylar Frost, a true dumpster baby?
There you go. Thank you.
There you go. I'm assuming Tom would want me to have read that.
You didn't hear this Blaine, but I said you had a hat that perfectly describes your channel.
Okay.
It's
also my response to people who like Chainsaw Man. This is the hat.
Yeah, that's a trilby.
Nice.
Okay. It has
been
like four generations of business cards in it. I like it.
Have you been calling it a fedora this entire time?
Entire time? I mean,
yes.
Yeah. How often do I reference this hat that sits in my closet that was once upon my grandfather's head? Sure.
Yeah.
How's the voice, Stuart?
It's not looking good. I'll probably
go.
I don't know.
Get yourself some tea.
I don't know how much longer I've got. I might end this at 11 my time.
11 your time, which is
11.
10 for
24
10
minutes
at 10 Central.
He hates fun.
I see.
Are you drinking cold tea or hot tea?
I've had both. I've got cold tea now, but I had hot tea at the beginning.
Well, you're supposed to be drinking hot tea, not cold tea. What's wrong with you?
Why can't I just do both?
Because I said
Ice
so.
now, hot later.
Icy to dull the pain, hot to relax it away.
Canada Deputy PM had to apologize for likening her cancellation of Disney Plus to the struggles of the plebeians. You plebes.
Plebeians.
I like how now it's Stuart just pulling the messages up and we're just reading it for him. Why do we even watch Blaine?
That's a good question.
That's why he covers my face with the messages each time.
We watch
I
Blaine.
clicked on that.
It's true. Like I said, that's what they can't handle the truth every single time. Sometimes they can handle it. When I'm yelling about Shikimori and how it's a bad romance and the guy is weak and the whole point of the story is that he's weak-willed and infatuated by his masculine woman, everybody's on my side. But when I'm like, you know what, Chainsaw Man not so great, suddenly I'm the bad guy and everybody's got a dump on me.
It's a good thing I don't know what a Chainsaw Man is.
It's basically a guy with a chainsaw face and chainsaw arms.
Yeah.
It sounds really mediocre.
Ooh, it's Chainsaw Mid. That's what it is. Blaine rhymes with slain.
You dead?
Why am I a dead boy? Now we're getting into.
Now it's getting dark. It's getting really dark.
You're dead.
You come here and you say that to my face. My doorbell reloads.
So Walker is in the lead. Oh, good.
Abrams is not winning. Imagine that.
Wow.
Clearly racism playing a huge role in this.
Again, Abrams is not winning. She should be used to this by now. Because now she'll be perfectly practiced to say that she actually did win when she didn't.
the Young Turks had Matt Gaetz on, and we're talking with him, and it was pretty funny because, like, hilariously, Chank and him were like having a conversation, but then Anna Kasparian keeps cutting in every time she sees like Matt Gaetz not answer the way she wants to, and just like starts shouting at him. It's like, would you calm down? Like, you're actively being the problem.
Lady, please.
Please back up. Know who pays your bills.
So apparently Fetterman beat the cockroach.
No.
Did he?
Did they call it?
Did they call it?
Wait, what?
Projected winner. Oh, whoops, I'm on the wrong one. Whoops.
Wow.
Fetterman, Oz, 50-47.
They're not looking good.
With 61% currently in.
Let's see if anybody else is calling it.
CNN doesn't have it called.
And neither does Fox or NBC. Who's called it? Pig.
Called what? The whole Senate?
Someone in my Telegram is calling it.
Oh. Blaine's still behind in the manga. I'm not behind in the manga. Where have you been?
Now that we've got that taken care of.
The manga. Oh.
Blaine Eric said, "You're a great guy." He said everybody on the stream was great. He was glad to come on the stream with us.
Oh yeah, I love listening to Eric. He's always got such a not only does he have fun things to say, he also has a great voice to say it with. So it's always like, yes.
He has got an awesome voice.
I wanna hear him and Steve Bloom have like a gentleman's debate about something. I think that would be great.
About anything. I don't care about what the
No, I don't know. So they could debate pad thai as whether it should be chicken or beef. I don't care.
Chicken.
I do like chicken.
Isn't that weird? You're like, I love beef. I love steak. I just had a steak. But pad thai has to be chicken.
Raw or rare?
Raw rare?
Yeah, raw
chicken?
or rare. No,
I had raw chicken in Nagoya.
No, it's like the joke. How do cats like their steak? Rare.
Everybody thinks I eat it raw. It's called medium rare. It's the appropriate cook on a steak. I don't understand people.
I like medium, so medium rare would be
medium well is
me.
good.
Oh, Greg, you're stepping over a bound. I don't know if you want to go there.
Listen, boy. I've listened. I've eaten medium rare. I've eaten medium, so we're good. I paid my dues.
Look, medium well. Here's the thing about medium well. If you order it at a restaurant, they're gonna cook it longer, so you're gonna get something not medium well. So order medium. So if I get it medium, I'm happy. If I get it medium well.
Actually, I was just gonna say that, Stuart. Maybe I'm mixing it up and saying medium.
I know I always
66. Order one thing below or something.
I was just gonna talk about it. Channel 66, fun guy, and he's got that great Southern accent. I used to have. He's reminding me of this guy who ordered a steak one time. He said, "Put it on the grill, 16 seconds. Flip it over, 16 more seconds. That's exactly what I want, and you'll get your tip." Ate the whole thing. I was like, this is a bloody piece of meat. I don't know what you're gonna do. Ate the whole thing, left a great tip, walked out the door. I was like, what in the world is wrong with this human?
They want what they want. If they die, they die. If he dies, he dies.
The only place I eat raw weird things is in Japan. Like, I can do raw fish and stuff stateside. I'll eat poor man's tartar, you know, when mom's making some meatloaf and you just reach in with a spoon and take yourself a bite. Like, sure, because it's so processed beef, who really cares? But like, you get into some of those other meats like raw horse, whale, chicken. Bear. Oh, I would love to try bear sashimi. That would be great.
No, where?
Where? Japan.
Where and dolphin.
Oh, where? Oh.
Where?
Where? Where?
Look, I do this. I'm probably not going to have a stream on Wednesday too, probably because of this.
Apparently not. You didn't just shock. Like, did you go to like a My Chemical Romance concert on Sunday? What happened?
Yeah, were you screaming?
No, that's the thing. It's all been.
The spirit grab a hold of you.
Look at that dragon. Oh crap!
Medium-rare ribeye streak. Don't mind his spelling. He's from Oklahoma.
I mean, as long as my steak ain't burnt, I'll eat it anyway.
I'd probably still eat it, but I'd bitch about it.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not.
That's where the sauce comes in.
Unless it's actually like, yeah. Like my dad taught me. He goes, if you have A1 on your steak, you didn't. Somebody made you a bad steak.
Flawed screamed at the Nickelback concert. Look at this graph!
Because I can't say it.
Look at this graph!
Look at this graph!
That weird look on his face. I love that.
And like the cut, since it's like an edited meme, like, just like look at this graph!
Look at this graph!
Every time I do it makes me blah. Well, Rowan's got a nice southern accent. I don't because I can't talk anymore.
That's all right.
Look at this.
He can't talk in southern accents, I tell you what.
Well, by golly.
God dang it, Bobby.
God damn it, Bobby.
A1 is, I don't know, is that tasty? Or is that, I don't know.
Stick your tongue out?
Yeah, that.
I make a Carolina.
This is a terrible thing to read. Right here.
I love my steak sauce.
I do love my steak sauce with French fries. Like I dip my French fries in steak sauce.
You ever dumped your steak in mayonnaise?
I make I think it's Carolina style. Whoever does the vinegar one, where it's like apple cider vinegar, Worcestershire, and like a bunch of like drippings. But that's specifically on like smoke days when I make like a brisket or something.
Yeah, it's North Carolina style barbecue.
Yeah,
I
love the sauce.
It's really good. It's really good.
And I blend up a bunch of peppers to drop in there to spice it up.
People in Texas think they like own barbecue.
Oh, gross!
They don't. It's
Gemini
better
right
than
now.
everywhere else.
No, not. Don't put ketchup on a steak.
He did that. This is a troll right here.
It's true.
This is a troll.
What is he, Patrick Mahomes?
At least
there are a lot of people out there, and they're normally Yankees who do that. They put ketchup on everything. It's disgusting, and it needs to stop. And I'm tired of people accepting it. This is why we need Christian nationalism, because we would outlaw that immediately.
Wow, that's a long stretch.
Hey, he's gonna make it.
I have ketchup with my fries as well. But look, steak sauce is not for steak. Steak sauce is for people who screwed their steak up. Or
Gemini is the troll that will say, have ketchup on your steak and be a troll about it. And then if you confront him on it, he'll like take a video of himself eating a steak covered in ketchup just to make you feel even worse about your life.
I wouldn't feel worse about my life. I'd feel worse about his life.
I know, but you're like the state of humanity.
He did that to himself.
Your heart doesn't break for the peoples. Can we outlaw salt?
No.
What is wrong with you? What?
Why would you outlaw salt?
Do you know how much sodium is in steak sauce?
We outlawed salt. I couldn't stream at all.
That
was a joke about me getting mad at games.
Oh. We got a projected winner. Looks like Abbott in Texas, but then Fox is saying called.
That was I think it's, I mean,
Yeah, that was
a while ago. That's what I was confused too, because Fox called it at like 8:06.
Yeah, they're like, breaking news, he'll remain the governor. And then you look at their picture even, it's like projected winner. And it's like, that projections don't mean win.
Oh man, Oz is gaining on Fetterman right now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's like the slowest race you've ever seen.
Yeah, well, he did have a stroke, so.
Oh. Oh no!
I like how there's a delay because y'all are trying to figure out what I said because my voice is so gone.
It is that. And then I was like, wait a minute. Oz didn't have a stroke. And then I remember Fetterman's the one with the stroke, so. Did he like I've only seen the memes. Did he actually like have a stroke in his life? Is that like a thing?
Like in July or something like that.
Wow. I feel like if my body was like, hey, I'm going to try to kill you now, running for an office wouldn't exactly be the first step on my list once I got over that.
He was already mayor, and I think he might have been getting ready to win the primary.
Uh-huh.
Or what? I can't remember. But it's amazing how he sounds just like Biden, and he's recovering from a stroke.
Oh my goodness.
He sounds better than him. He had a blood clot. No, he had a whole stroke.
Isn't a blood clot like part of a stroke?
Well, the blood, when the
blood clot hits your brain.
Yeah.
I think. Or is that the one that kills you? No, air bubble hits your brain. That's what kills you, right?
I can complain about it being too salty.
Yeah. Don't drown it in salt. Unless you're going to do like a salt aged something and then you're going to eat it like cured. That's different.
No. Salted pork.
I did duck breast that way. I got a buddy. He goes duck hunting every year because he loves hunting.
I haven't had duck yet. I've never haven't tried duck yet.
Me either.
Go get it at a Chinese restaurant where they can make like some Peking duck. It's the best way to have it. But I had a friend he would go hunting every year because another friend of ours had this big field that would flood and ducks would come in. He just loved hunting. He just loved doing it. But he hated duck.
It does.
He hated duck. So he would shoot the duck. And because they're really greasy, he would actually pack his crab traps full of duck carcasses and drop them. And like you'll have crabs holding onto the side of the trap as he pulls it up, trying to get into the duck as he's bringing it up. So you get a whole passel full of Dungeness crab this way. But he would still have 20, 40 ducks left over after a weekend. And so I was like, oh, dude, if you don't like them and you don't need them all for doing that, just give them to me. And so I tore out all the breasts and then just dumped them in a big bucket of salt and dried them. It was amazing.
Okay, so it's Dungeness out there where you're at.
Yes, aka the greatest crab on the planet.
Oh, Vega. They've called it for Vega, it's called it for Spam Burger. The Fed stays.
No.
Gross.
I'm sad.
We could have had like a Street Fighter.
She would have been a good.
If Vega wasn't running on the Street Fighter card, I don't know what they were doing with their campaign.
It might have been the other card. That's sad. I was really hoping to see Spam Burger needs to be out. I'm sick and tired of looking at her fed face on the.
Well, let's see this fed face here. Spam Burger. Abigail Spam Burger.
That's her.
Oh. She looks exactly like a friend of mine, who I'm pretty sure is going to end up working for the CIA.
I mean, I know people who have worked in intelligence services who look like her.
It's just that, but it's the same hair, the same face. That's really weird how you said that.
They all look the same. All feds look the same.
Dang, she has a Nick Rekieta nose.
You'll pull her up.
God dang, that nose.
Did you guys see the profile picture of her?
No, I didn't look at that one yet.
Oh, you gotta get that good profile.
Pull up Vega now.
What's Vega's last name or first name?
Crap, now I can't remember.
If I type in Vega, it's gonna be a bunch of Street Fighter crap.
Vega,
but which Vega?
Virginia House Vega.
This one?
Maybe.
Hold on. Give me I don't want to
scroll. It says
scroll.
versus Spanburger. Can't you read
this one?
Yeah, Celie.
No,
yeah, that's
the
her.
one with the picture.
This one.
Yeah.
Why is it such a tiny face? All right.
Just copy and paste it and pull it up.
Hold on. No.
Yesley.
Here we go. Let's present what she wants to present to the world. Yesley Wega.
Oh, it's another Fed.
This is why she didn't win. She's like, look at me, a cop in front of my cop crap.
Oh,
Military
no.
wife, mother, LEO.
I'd hate to be pulled over by a female cop. I'd probably be dead.
The hell is this like the max campaign contribution or something?
You can do
from
other.
an individual. 5,800 was such a weird. Send it to her PO box in Woodbridge.
I think like actually. Well, I don't know.
On the issues. Checks and balances on the Biden administration.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Limit inflation. She got the I did that meme on her. What does she think about Ellie?
Well, she is one, so.
On the street beat as an officer. City of Alexandria.
Just like Kamala
that's way
Harris.
up north. Yeah, that's in the deep blue part of Northern Virginia.
She calls herself a part of the thin blue line.
Cringe.
The dangerous defund ideology. Yeah, it's like, why can't you just get like a normal ass person who's like we literally had a candidate on our ballot that their thing was like, about their like family and like where they lived. And I was like, you know what? I got a career politician. I got father of 4. I'm going with father of 4. Like, I don't care like what else he's done in his life. Like father of 4 just sounds like he's got a little more responsibility he's thinking about when it comes to the decisions he's going to be making.
How many doubt this?
I'll let me pull over a female police officer. Too bad you obey all the laws. So he might obey all the laws on the res, but I don't know. I don't know if it's the same when he's stateside.
You don't
Life,
want to be
liberty,
pulled over
and
by one because you'll be shot.
Poppies in the crack house.
All right. So I don't know how many guys you know. Oh gosh, hold on. I'm just gonna bring this on. How's it going, sir?
Hey, so I just got back from the movies. What did I miss?
Well, my voice is gone. So
what's everything looking like?
It's a lot of what you expect.
A lot of yeah, it's pretty. No big surprises yet.
How's Georgia looking?
He's winning. Walker's
Walker
winning by about 20,000 votes right now.
Yep.
Wow. Pull that up.
85% already reporting on that.
And how about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania, Oz is down, but he's continuing to gain.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, he's 70,000 down right now.
Like, yeah, he's Walker's up by about 8,000 votes. So
I live in the Philadelphia suburbs, hence my Phillies sweatshirt.
Okay, brother. Did I tell you my brother's police officer in Lower Merion?
Oh, Lower Merion. I used to work near there in Valley Forge.
Oh, okay.
I used to work for Lockheed Martin a while ago.
Okay.
And he, I've been inundated with Fetterman Oz ads.
That. Yeah, so Fetterman had an 81% lead when that's not unexpected when the polls closed and the counts started coming in, but it's been dwindling over time. And so now there's 63% putting in. He's got about a 2% lead right now.
Gotcha. Anybody see the Babylon Bee thing like from a week ago where he wanted to let you know Fetterman is the name of his the person who created him? That's not his real name.
Dr. Fetterman made me.
I was dying because he does look like Frankenstein.
He does. Oh my gosh, he sounds like him. Like you would think he just.
Oh, that debate! I couldn't I only heard clips and all. I couldn't watch that. I was like, I can't. Could you imagine if you're like the one of the other Democrats who ran in the primary, and you're just like sitting around watching this guy And it's just like, what the heck?
What's it's the thing? Like, it's Biden all over again. And he had a stroke. This is how bad the president is.
It was like, well, he was like 2 days before the election. He had it, or the weekend before his election, he had the stroke. And it's like, I was just like, I mean, how much did people know like about Woodrow Wilson? I like probably next to nothing, right? Like back in the day.
His name was Woodrow Wilson.
Well, I mean, I know he was a super progressive.
No. But when he had his stroke.
Oh, okay. No, not much.
Yeah, like people barely knew FDR had polio, right?
Right.
So I don't think people knew that Woodrow Wilson.
Wait, people didn't know FDR had polio? Why did they think he had a
back then? It wasn't really I don't think it was.
Well, they didn't know he was. They would not allow him to be
seen in it.
Seen basically that he was constantly in a wheelchair, right? He had like
gotcha.
So I'm not sure in terms. He was always sitting down in pictures or something like that. Now it would give you victim status, which I'm
a protected class now.
Yeah. And it's this weird hierarchy where now, like, if you're a victim, you get special bonus points.
But they work so much harder to get to where they are.
My two Virginia candidates that I was really rooting for in my home state lost. Hung Cow, which was just a great name.
Hung Cow and another Fed.
And Yesley Vega, who was going against Abigail Spanberger.
A Fed versus a Fed.
Spanberger.
They've called it.
Are there any like bellwether districts or anything that have reported in yet? Or
I mean, I haven't been listening to it because we've been just goofing off for the most part.
But, what do you think this is? Some kind of political stream?
No, I was just curious.
Yeah, this is stupid.
I'm just trying to find the candidate that has like the super wide shoulders.
Vance is beating Ryan, so Ohio's looking like it's going to go GOP. They called New Hampshire for Hassan, which
Hassan Piker.
No. Hurry! He's got to get in so that he can get some kind of protection from the Candyman.
Yeah. No. So my problem nowadays, like politically, is I've consumed too much like stuff on like the Epstein scandals and stuff. So I'm like, everybody's compromised. Like, we can't trust anyone. Anyone could be a body snatcher.
I got that red pill when I was a little kid because my dad is a local politician in Virginia. And he went up against the real estate guys. And you found out real quick how much the GOP does not care about your principles. They care about their money. And
well, it's like Milton Friedman said years ago, is like, you want politicians to do the right thing, for the wrong reason, basically. Like, not because they believe it, but you basically want to scare the politicians. So that's why I don't care if someone tells me like, oh, this politician's a hypocrite or something like that. I was like, well, do they want to get reelected? That's all,
Yeah.
You basically have to convince the voters. No, but I forget the lady's name is Weber, I think is her last name. She recently came out with 2 volumes on like the Epstein scandal. And I also highly recommend looking up the Martyr Made podcast. He did like 3 episodes that are in 2 episodes. It's 3 volumes that are like, but it's all about like, there's a lot of stuff about like intelligence agencies and stuff like that. So I highly recommend listening to this stuff. If you can get
politicians involved with them, the intelligence services are.
No, so the thing is like there's a pattern, not even just in America, but you're talking Israel, you're talking Europe, it was like Netherlands, Britain, Northern Ireland, all these places where these intelligence agencies at the very least tolerate pedophiles. You just got demonetized. No, but that these they tolerate these types in order to to serve the greater good, blah blah blah. And then but then there's also an aspect where there's like they're actively trying to entrap people, that sort of thing. There could be that thing too. So there's it's a whole mess. It's a whole mess.
Oh, like
Paul, what is it, Paul?
Like, are you
Even
saying
said
like
the principalities of power.
Epstein had a pat handler or something like that?
It's you see, the thing is like they don't tell you for sure, right? So Ghislaine Maxwell's Epstein's sidekick.
Mm-hmm.
Her dad was way interesting, like super interesting figure, where he was involved in like the establishment of Israel and British intelligence and Eastern European intelligence agencies, and this big like Rupert Murdoch sort of figure, or like a lot of media stuff.
Yeah. So how does his daughter end up mixed up with Epstein, right?
Well, so so he got in trouble for skimming money, but it became public. So like Mossad or whatever couldn't like help him, or that's basically what they were talking about on the Martyr Made podcast. I mean, I was just like, I've gone through 3 or 4 hours of audio on this, and the Weber lady, I've heard her interviewed for maybe another 2.5 hours. But so I think he threatened to, disclose some stuff, and I don't know who, because he was involved in so many different intelligence agencies. But he died mysteriously off of his yacht or something like that.
As one does.
Yeah, and
I think any yacht death would be a mystery to me.
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell is convinced that he was murdered. So you would have to think. So Epstein, in many respects, kind of was a substitute for like similar characteristics to her father, and based on at least what she believes, like she must have like some sort of deal. Like I don't think she'll talk. I don't think she'll release any lists or anything like that. Because
she hasn't yet, at least as far as anybody knows.
Well, if if she believes her dad was murdered, and she's in prison, I don't think she's ever going to say anything. Yeah. That's just my. She probably has promised just not to say anything.
Well, she missed the real opportunity, which was when the trial was going on.
Well, she would be
make a lot of noise.
See, you ever see Usual Suspects?
Oh, it's been a long time.
Well, I don't want to spoil the like a 25-year-old movie for anyone, but
go ahead.
Okay, so when it turns out Kevin Spacey is actually Kaiser Sose, and you mentioned like so he pops his head out, like compromises himself to like get to the people he wants to kill. So in a kind of way, it's like the with Epstein, you're like, oh wow, like a lot of this conspiracy stuff I need to be taken more seriously, right? But the thing is like, how desperate were they where they're like, look, no one's going to believe this is a suicide, but we still have to kill him. You know what I mean? Like, that's how bad it was for them, right? Where like they have to let the mask slip just to kill him. So anyway, that's what I was.
It feels a lot like that.
That's what I found interesting. Whatever, but so going through those podcasts and stuff, it was just talking about like a lot of government propaganda, like that sort of thing. It was kind of interesting. So all right, I'll let you guys talk for a little bit.
That's fascinating.
I just don't have. I'm gonna probably so I'm gonna cut the stream off at 11:30 because the voice just keeps going and going and going and going.
You sound like Lemoyne.
Are you familiar
with con sluts?
Yeah. Let's see what
Greg, when are we gonna?
governor's race.
Greg,
What?
when are we gonna finally hang out?
I guess whenever. I don't know. Let me.
Not today.
Not today.
Not today.
Yeah,
That's what I heard.
that. Come on, New York.
Sluts.
Let's go. Let's go hang out at Shenanigans.
Here we go. So no big surprises yet, like New York governor going to the GOP. I think RCP still had New Hampshire going to Hassan, so that wasn't a big that wasn't a big surprise. But I think that just torpedoed Nernath.
Is that the burn over district there?
Which one?
No, I did a video on Ghostbusters and the spiritualist movement. And the spiritualist movement started in the burn over district, which is where the Second Great Awakening, Mormonism, came from and stuff like that after the Second Great Awakening.
Wouldn't that be Illinois? I thought that was started there. Or...
No. They started in that middle New York map, kind of like where the red portion and kind of like that, for lack of a better term, like a little panhandle looking area. That's second one. There you go. Yeah. Kind of where you're hovering over a little bit north of that.
Okay.
That's called the burnt over district, or was in the 1800s, like where Finney was operating and Charles Finney was operating. So there's a lot of like cult activity there, and a lot of the spiritualist movement comes from there, and Mormonism, so yeah, it is interesting actually.
Gozer worshippers.
Well, okay, so I did a good bit of research. I read Dan Aykroyd's father's book, and it is very interesting. Dan Aykroyd's family was big into the spiritualist movement. He was in Toronto, which is not too far from New York State and stuff. And so when he put stuff in like ectoplasm and other stuff into Ghostbusters, it's like a real word that's like used in the spiritualists movement. So anyway, so this there's a lot of interesting things that kind of came out of that. And one of the things I noticed was like, oh, it's from like the burn over district, because I remember reading years ago like an anti-Finney article, Charles Finney article, where they mentioned like, people were so burnt out from the Second Great Awakening, which was more pietistic and stuff. I guess also some people would say Finney was Pelagian, where they had, a lot of save yourself sort of things, I guess would be probably what were going on. So people were so burnt out from just like, trying to prove themselves and all that sort of stuff, as like it became a breeding ground for cult activity. But then, at least based on what I saw from the I read for the spiritualist movement stuff, is that there were like some weird cults in that area beforehand and stuff like that. So anyway,
yeah. So guys, just so you know, Goy for Jesus. If you find him on Twitter, Operation Saint
Cyprian.
Really knowledgeable about a lot of just Christian aspects, but it's somebody I've wanted to come on to talk about, the occult, paranormal stuff and everything because he's pretty. It's kind of his little niche.
That Catholic stuff was. So I started off doing like a lot of Jewish stuff years ago, and then I
we were talking about that earlier in the stream too.
Yeah, I was like, I have a ton of contacts and friends in the Messianic Jewish world, and then I started doing some Catholic stuff, and a lot of it was like, when I started interacting with Catholics, is like you're basically using a lot of the Jewish arguments, like appeals to authority and that sort of thing. Like, so a lot of their arguments, the Catholic arguments, when I first heard them, I'm like, this is not working for me because I would have to become Orthodox Jewish if your arguments are correct. Right? Like, we gave you the Bible. No, that was the Jews. So you can't understand the Bible without us. Is like, well, that's kind of what the rabbis say. So it had no effect on me. And then around 2014 or so, I started preparing. I did an evangelistic campaign, kind of helped organize that for when Pope Francis came to Philadelphia.
Oh yeah, that was huge.
And that's where the Operation St. Cyprian came from, was because I wanted to leave a little Easter egg, because it was like, St. Cyprian was basically railed against Pope, quote unquote, Stephen, was against a universal bishop, and then kind of like
you guys sound like you say supreme when you say that.
Cyprian.
Sounds like anything. I sound like
I'm like, there is no Saint Supreme. The only ones that are Supreme related have to do with like the clothing code.
Well, if I could talk, I would have enunciated it better for you.
Okay, I found you. Got it.
Yeah.
Continue, please.
So anyway, like I knew UFO disclosure was coming out. Like, so during the pandemic, I was like, well, let me get ahead of this. So I started doing UFO stuff, or like reading, and then once you get into like some like anything like paranormal, like, oh, this connects to this, which connects to this, which connects to this, which connects to this, which connects to this, and next thing you know, I'm reading like Bigfoot books and spiritualists.
Read the Genesis 6 conspiracy by Gary Waynes.
I have not. I do listen to a number of podcasts, both Christian and non-Christian, that deal with the paranormal. And even ones I like, the problem I have is when they start getting into Genesis 6 stuff, is like, it gets, okay, this might be true, and this might be true. And then next thing you know, it's like a solid conclusion. And I'm just like, Like, Mike, I don't
check out Gary, because he's one that also says like scriptural. He goes off of what the Bible says and whatnot. But
which last name?
Waynes, Wayne.
Yeah. So I guess a lot of it, like, is how you interpret the Nephilim in Genesis 6. And I was like, yes, that's possible. It might even be probable, but am I gonna extenuate like a whole big thing out of like a probable reading of Genesis 6? So I was like, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, his book actually, like, the reason he calls it the Genesis 6 conspiracy, it's just him saying it's just weird on how like all of these different cultures that have all the supernatural aspects and stuff can kind of come back to Genesis, because a lot of cultures have the great flooding that's happened, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But he's scripturally like founded and stuff like that. He might have his certain beliefs and stuff.
Yeah, I'll actually check that out.
Yeah, I actually have the book right here. I can show it to you real quick.
Something that is good is it's great for just people making stories. I followed Joe Ball, and his whole thing is using a lot of like awesome. the Nephilim and like the Leviathan and stuff, where it's like God removed them, and he's like, what if he just moved them to a different planet? So his like whole book is like about them being on a different planet and like what if you had all these things that God was like these shouldn't be on Earth and now they're over here, and it's just a fun story. But
Gary,
I also
Gary
just really like his art.
He's done a lot of research
Christian
on like the different
fanfic.
cultures and stuff.
Exactly.
He goes into like the like the Freemasonry, the occult and stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I mean, there's a lot of like nooks and crannies. So
it's crazy.
The thing so I kind of got into this, and I was like, oh, it's nice that I don't. It has nothing to do with Catholicism because I've been doing Catholicism all the time, and then next thing I know, it's like, and now here are all the connections to the Marian apparitions. To the paranormal. It's like, oh man, I can't escape it.
Just a suggestion to check it out. I thought it was very
no. So my book I have a bunch of book recommendations. Non-UFO. I did an interview with one of the co-authors, Where the Footprints In, by Joshua Curtin, I think, and somebody else. And it is. I highly recommend to get a taste of it going to my channel and checking out that interview. Like,
what was that book called?
Where the Footprints In. It's a 2-volume work on Bigfoot, and it is phenomenal. It is like the weird thing is like I guess everything is weird, and there is no bottom of the weirdness. Because one of the things that he relates is that a lot of what's classified under Bigfoot encounters would, if they happened inside, would be considered poltergeist encounters. A lot of knocking noises, such and such and such. But they happen outside. Connections to owls and this and
I always love the elk connection.
The what?
Just the people that say it sounds like elk mating calls and that one. I live in Washington, so most of our Bigfoot stories people equate it to elk.
Yeah, but the thing is that like there's incidents where it's like the name of the book basically comes from like people are tracking these footprints and then they just stop in the middle of nowhere.
Yep.
Okay, and it's not like it's 50 yards to a clearing or something. It's not like they can just go away. And there's a lot of overlap. When you see Bigfoot, a lot of times there's like UFO sightings in the same area. Sometimes you see UFOs and Bigfoot together. And it's just like, if I'm trying to figure out, like, I don't want to just chalk everything up to demons, if that makes sense. It's sometimes kind of hard not to.
Well, it's like Wendigo and
instead of aliens, you're just demons.
Yeah. Well, it's like with Wendigo, there's a very like plausible idea of like the what is the deer wasting syndrome, where like their bones are exposed, their skin melts away, and you have a story passed down of this deer that's just melting basically, that turns into the idea of the Wendigo. So I do like figuring out where the supernatural could come from, like the things that we do know.
I like to think that sort of stuff too is not just demons but fallen angels as well.
Yeah, well then it's like, well, what we call demons is that fallen angels? Is that disembodied Nephilim spirits? Is it like?
I'm a believer of the latter. I think they're the Nephilim spirits personally, demons.
Yeah.
But then that's the thing is, like, I don't know if in scripture we have enough information to make distinctions like that. And
that's why when Stuart is done reading the Bible, I want him to go back and read some of the extra biblical
the Apocrypha.
The Book of Giants.
The Testament of Solomon is so interesting, and whether or not it is canonical or anything, but just the whole idea that all of the demons have to come and present themselves to Solomon and like talk about what they do and who they are, and then they leave, and all of the crazy stuff that you get out of that is just, it's so interesting.
Well, here's the thing is, like, I feel like a lot of the Christian paranormal world, which I like, don't get me wrong, is like, how much weight do you put on like First Enoch or these extra biblical sources? And it's like, I don't want to put like no weight on them, but they're not scripture, so I don't know if they're guessing, if they're making up stories, if they have some insight, like, that sort of thing. So
yeah,
that's my problem. And then the other problem is like, so since demons lie, right? Like, how much weight do you put on, like, okay, I saw this. Is it the demon? Is it like some disembodied thing, or is it like, whatever? Is it, or are they lying to you?
Well, and you always wonder too, because it's like, sure, we may have, may have decided that this book isn't canon to the Bible, but it's still a potentially historical text written at the time.
Right.
So, what amount of truth is there? Even something like Aesop's Fables, right? It may be like we're telling kids stories and stuff, but we're using like real creatures that we're familiar with, and how much of that blends in. I don't know. I find it so interesting.
Yeah, it takes because I've heard with the Book of Enoch that while you can disregard it as being kind of God breathed into the writings of it, it comes very helpful to understanding like the language that was used and stuff, because it explains a lot of at least language wise that can be associated with the Bible, that going, oh, so when the Bible talks about this, it helps that like over in this other area it's using the same XYZ sort of thing.
Right. And I sent this to Stuart on Sunday when it happened, but like our church is going through Jude right now, and it actually the pastor was actually saying like, hey, Jude actually refers to this section in Genesis, but it does so like with like Enoch as well. It's like, and to have them throw up like this thing's non-canonical, like they had it labeled like non-canonical. But some people think like this is where this reference comes from in Jude, and then also with like Deuteronomy, the assumption of Moses being the other book that people will tie to it as well. But just acknowledging that they exist, I thought was really, really fascinating, because I don't see that a lot. Of just being like, yeah, these are writers of the time. These are books they would have known about, and they could be referencing these kind of things.
Well, when people discuss Jude, they do mention that a lot.
Yeah.
I think isn't First Enoch like in the canon for the Eastern Orthodox?
I'd have to ask Thaddeus.
I don't know any Eastern Orthodox.
I'm not sure, because I know, because there was another thing, because you mentioned Joe Ball, Blaine. I know Joe said that when they found the copies of the Dead Sea Scrolls, I think the Book of Giants was along with it too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think the number one mistake people make with the Dead Sea Scrolls is just assume, okay, I found something in there, so therefore the Essenes thought it was scripture. It's like I think it's pretty much almost impossible to kind of figure out what they thought was canon.
It would be like finding a library and being like, all these books must be true. Maybe.
Yeah,
or everybody thought
it's very hard to obviously.
The Ethiopian Orthodox Church believes the Book of Enoch is canon.
Gotcha.
Wasn't the Enoch written in the 2nd century?
BC, maybe. It's intertestamental.
Ancient aliens love to talk about the Book of Enoch. Jesus specifically mentioned the Book of Hasher, no? Says Tom. That one I'm not sure.
Right, 2nd century BC. At least that's what the Google auto answer is.
Jasher.
I don't know about Jasher.
Or is it Asher? I don't know.
Book of Hasher.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to wind this down.
Lemoyne, no.
No. Yeah. Don't ruin the fun.
They did call New York for Hochul or whatever the lady's name is. Communist. Because they're all communists. And obviously my throat sounds like crap. But I want to thank all of you guys for tuning in.
Speaking of demons and fallen angels, we're following how the Democrats are doing tonight.
And I sound like one.
Bazing.
I sound like the lady off The Exorcism.
No, if I can make a political point, I've
sure
a number of people like on Twitter or whatever are just like, Herschel Walker's a hypocrite. It's like, look, if I gotta choose between a hypocrite and someone who openly advocates for mass infanticide and gender confusion, I'm choosing the hypocrite. That's just me.
Especially if the other guy is saying that he's a pastor and he's completely against all the things, or should be completely against.
It's like you're acting like hypocrisy in the public square is like the worst thing. It's like, no, publicly advocating for absolute evil is the worst thing. Sorry,
I don't. He may advocate for evil, but he's not lying when he says it.
Well,
makes me think of the Norm Macdonald joke, where he's like,
"You can make mistakes in your past and be sorry for them. You can repent because that's a big part of what we believe, right?
Right.
A lot of us come from dark places, and maybe that's his walk. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what's in his heart on that aspect. But what's he going to do from this point forward versus Warnock, who is openly heretical in what he's talking about and what he's supporting? So, that answers that.
The other thing I would mention, like non-religious wise and whatever, is like, I don't know how much you guys know this, but Biden's been draining the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
Oh, big time.
And so I'm assuming that's going to stop after the election. So I would expect that like gas prices are going to spike.
Oh yeah.
So fill up your tank.
Fill up your other tank.
Oh yeah.
And then fill up your other tank.
Oh, it's just like, I'm just like, and then the Republicans, it's like, like, hey guys, like the federal spending you were a part of for the last 20 years, like, and especially under Trump too, like that kind of contributed to inflation. Just kind of leave that out there.
Oh yeah. All right, guys. Well, everybody who participated in this, Greg, Blaine, Fig, go. I don't actually know your first name. Oh, he left.
He left.
Well, then you don't need to know it.
I'll find out in a minute. So everybody who participated, Eric Rollon, Christian Mario, there he is. Hang on.
Hit the wrong button.
What's your name?
I don't actually know your name.
Oh, my name is Jeff.
Jeff. Okay. So
name is Jeff.
People online call me Goy.
Goy.
Like on YouTube streams, they're like, "Hey, Goy." And I was like, "Oh, that works for me."
Jeff, Eric Rollon, who else? Mario, Christian Mario.
I missed Mario.
Yeah, he was on here a couple.
Did anybody see his Lofton parody song from a few days ago?
Yes, it's hilarious.
That was so good.
It's hilarious. And everybody who's been in the chat, I'm sorry, I normally read off all the names of everybody who's participated, but it's a long stream and I just don't have the voice for it. So I'm not going to have a stream tomorrow unless my voice, by the grace of God, is miraculously returned to me tomorrow. But I'll give updates in the Discord. If you want to join my locals.
David's never going to be king at this rate.
I know. If you want to join my locals, go to the Discord or whatever. That's great. Like and subscribe. Do all the good stuff. I don't care. Just come in here and learn more about God and give me your perspectives. But with that said, everybody have a great night. And
all right, thanks for having me.
All right.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yep. Thanks.
All right, nice meeting everybody.
Nice.
Have a good one.
Have a good night. God bless. God bless.